Let's go on the record. First, Brian, our technology coordinator, please confirm that we are being recorded on the WebEx. I'm confirming for the record that we are being recorded on WebEx. As everyone in the courtroom can see, we do not have a physical court reporter here today. So we will be having this transcribed at a later time. The commission has been in contact with the contracted court reporting service. They were unable to obtain someone to appear live. We discussed with them the possibility of obtaining a court reporter appearing via WebEx. That was also unsuccessful. If a court reporter is able to join later via WebEx, they will, and they will start their live transcription at that time and then transcribe the earlier portion. Because of that, please speak slowly and clearly into the microphone. Identify yourself if you feel the need. I will try and remember to identify people as they start speaking. We will slowly make our way through this. That said, I would like to make note of our commissioners in attendance. We have Chairman Scott Roop on WebEx. We have Commissioner Jason Holzman on WebEx. We have Commissioner Glenn Kolkmeyer in person. Commissioner Maida Coleman is excused due to a medical absence. She has been vocal about her knee, so I'm not violating any HIPAA regulations to say she is still recovering from that knee surgery. We wish her well.
Your Honor, can I level set?
Yes, please.
So just so I understand where we're headed here, we're going to do the operations maintenance issue. There was another issue regarding the need to look at internalizing operations. My understanding, we're going to handle those at the same time because they have the same witnesses.
You're talking about issue 17, operations, maintenance, and oversight?
Okay. And then on that issue, issue C was dropped, so it's just issue D. And then the only other issue we have to finish is the capital versus expense issue.
Yes.
And then the only thing I'd like to let you know is on the operations issue, Mr. Mitten will be handling the opening statement and all cross-examination, and I will be presenting the 3 company witnesses.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that was an excellent summary. Let's get started. Do the parties wish to have mini opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Company, please proceed.
If it pleases the Commission, for purposes of the record, my name is Russ Mitten, and I'm representing Confluence Rivers Utility Operating Company. Since it made its first acquisition in Missouri, Confluence Rivers has been consistent in explaining to the Commission how it intended to provide operation and maintenance services for its facilities, and that is through the use of third-party contractors. And that's the same business model that our affiliates outside Missouri have told regulators in those states. Public Counsel contends it has a better idea. Instead of using third-party contractors, Public Counsel proposes to bring responsibility for operations and maintenance in-house. That is, those functions would be performed by Confluence Rivers employees. To accomplish this, Public Counsel proposes to divide Confluence Rivers Missouri service area into 9 districts, place each of the company's water and wastewater systems into one of those districts, and then hire a single employee for each district who would be solely responsible for all operations and maintenance activities in his or her district. Doing so, Public Counsel claims, would reduce Confluence River's annual operations and maintenance costs by more than $1 million. And to achieve these savings, Public Counsel proposes to allow just $600,000 per year to cover all operations and maintenance costs. But the savings Public Counsel promises cannot be achieved. And the evidence will show, quite convincingly we believe, that Public Counsel's plan can most charitably be described as half-baked. That assessment seems harsh, but simply stated, Confluence Rivers cannot provide necessary operations and maintenance services for its systems for just $600,000 a year. I can prove my point by simply updating the compensation amount Public Counsel proposes in its plan. If you begin with the base compensation that Dr. Mark uses in his testimony, which is from an outdated Merrick study for 2021, if you update that amount for cost of living increases in 2022 and 2023, and then you further adjust that number to reflect benefits and other overhead loadings related to employment using a formula developed by the U.S. Department of Labor Statistics, the number you arrive at for an individual employee, fully loaded compensation, multiplied by 9, already exceeds by more than $100,000 the $600,000 Public Counsel proposes to allow. But the problems with Public Counsel's proposal don't stop there, because not only does the proposal underestimate pay and benefits, it also includes none of the costs Confluence Rivers would incur to give those 9 employees the tools they need to do their jobs. Public Counsel fails to account for the cost of vehicles, tools, spare parts, heavy equipment such as backhoes and mowers, or warehouses where that equipment would be stored. Public Counsel's proposal also ignores the operational impracticalities of making one employee solely responsible for all operations and maintenance activities within a district. Operations and maintenance is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year responsibility. In addition to routine tasks, which are numerous, extensive, and time-consuming, the company's third-party contractors are on call and must monitor and maintain an emergency service phone line 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They must also respond to all customer calls and notifications within 2 hours of receiving such calls. One person simply can't be expected to be solely responsible for all the company's operations and maintenance requirements. And knowing what the job entails, how difficult would it be for Confluence Rivers to hire and retain employees to do such a job at any price? The numerous and serious deficiencies in Public Counsel's proposal are not surprising, because there's no evidence in this case that Dr. Jeff Mark, the architect of the proposal, has any training or experience in designing, operating, or maintaining water and wastewater systems. There also is no evidence he's familiar or has even visited the systems Confluence Rivers currently owns and operates. As Mr. Woodsmall stated in his opening statement, providing operations and maintenance for water and wastewater systems requires more than drawing boxes on a map. However, when you closely examine Public Counsel's proposal, boxes on a map is all you get. The numerous and significant defects in Public Counsel's proposal are discussed at length in surrebuttal testimony filed in this case by Josiah Cox, Todd Thomas, and Brent Teese. and I urge the commission to engage those witnesses in a discussion of those defects when they appear later this morning. Mr. Cox and Mr. Thomas each has a deep, in-depth knowledge and understanding of the systems Confluence Rivers owns and operates, and what it takes to provide operations and maintenance services for those systems. Please take advantage of your opportunity to ask questions regarding those matters. And Mr. Cox and Mr. Teese can explain why the cost estimates included in Public Counsel's proposal don't add up and make no sense. As Mr. Cox explains in his rebuttal testimony, $2.25 million per year is a much more realistic estimate of the actual cost of Public Counsel's proposal to bring operations and maintenance services in-house. And that amount greatly exceeds what the company currently spends for third-party contractors. Today marks the final appearances on the stand by all three of Confluence River's witnesses on the issue. And I urge the commission to not let that opportunity pass without asking them all questions you might have about this issue. For all the reasons I mentioned, the commission should reject Public Counsel's operations and maintenance proposal. Using third-party contractors is cost-effective and allows Confluence Rivers to ensure its systems are professionally maintained, that all applicable health, safety, and environmental regulations and requirements are consistently met, and that customers receive safe and adequate service. But before concluding my statement, I'm going to want to make one final point. As part of a non-unanimous stipulation between staff and the company has agreed to perform a formal cost-benefit analysis comparing the use of third-party contractors to the use of in-house personnel. The results of that analysis would then be provided to both staff and Public Counsel, and Confluence Rivers further promises to update that study prior to its next rate case filing. Therefore, if any party wishes to contest the results of that study or offer an alternative, they would be able to do so at that time. As I'm sure you can appreciate, the process that staff and the company have agreed to is vastly superior to the proposal Public Counsel's making in this case. That concludes my opening statement, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions? And before I get to that, we need to make sure that if your microphone is on, that your cell phone is sufficiently moved away. Our IT department, who is listening to the live stream online, just reported that there was a little bit of feedback, so just be aware of that. Any commissioner questions for Mr. Mitten? Commissioner
just
Kolkmeyer.
briefly, Judge. Oh.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Holzman.
Yes, thank you. How does the settlement on the consolidation affect OPC's? And you know what? I'll ask OPC on their mini opening. Thank you.
Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
What year did Confluence buy their first system in Missouri?
2014,
Okay, thank you. So relatively not long ago,
not long ago.
less than 10 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you. Just for clarification, do you have any employees that work on O&M in the state of Missouri?
No,
Direct employee, they're all contractors?
they're all contractors. We have employees who supervise the activities of the contractors, but no employees directly involved in operations and maintenance.
Okay. I think, have some questions then about supervision, but I'll save that for their witnesses.
Mr. Thomas or Mr. Cox, I believe, could answer those questions, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitten. Staff.
May it please the Commission. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge Hatcher. For the record, my name is Travis Pringle, and as a member of Staff Council, I represent the Commission staff regarding the issue of operations, maintenance, and oversight. As Mr. Mitten described, the staff sub-issues under operations, sub-issues 17A and 17B, the parties have reached a non-unanimous agreement on that. Staff requests no further action from the Commission on those two sub-issues. As to the remaining sub-issue, 17D, staff has taken no position on that issue. However, staff witness Curtis Gately will be taking the stand today to answer any questions you may have about operations in general. The parties have agreed to waive the testimony of staff witnesses Deron Williams and Andrew Harris. However, if the Commission or the bench has any questions for those two, they are available to be called at your request. And that is pretty much all I have. If you have any questions at this time for me, I'm happy to try to answer them. Otherwise, Mr. Gately will be taking the stand later on behalf of staff.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Pringle? Thank you, Mr. Pringle.
Thank you.
Mr. Kleiser? For the record, Kleiser is C-L-I-Z-E-R. And also, a quick announcement, taking advantage of the break. I have been informed by email, we will be joined between 9:30, 9:45-ish by a court reporter on WebEx.
Before I begin, then, Your Honor, might I request that we break after openings until such time as we can get the court reporter, since it's already 9:20? Look,
Let me think on that. Go ahead.
very well. Thank you. If it would please the Commission. Good morning. My name, for the record, again, John Kleiser, and the judge has done me the favor of already spelling it, so I will not need to repeat. I wish to pose a simple question to this Commission. Do you know how Confluence's system is currently operated? At a high level, I think everyone who has read the testimony knows that Confluence employs third-party operators to manage its system. But what I'm asking is whether you have taken the time to dig deeper into that. Do you know, for example, how many operators are working for the company, what systems they serve, what certification they have? You see, the problem is that I don't know that anyone outside the company has actually done that anyone has decided to sit down and carefully review the company's operations with a critical eye, at least not before this case. In this case, the OPC witness, Dr. Jeff Mark, decided to take a hard look at the company's current method of operating its water and wastewater systems and to ask, is this really the most efficient way to do this? And the conclusion that Dr. Mark ultimately drew that was no. This does not seem to be the most cost-effective or sensible way to operate a water or wastewater system. Perhaps at one time it was, and perhaps it makes sense to employ some operators. But to pay what Confluence now pays for what Confluence now receives does not make sense. Now, part of coming to that conclusion was to determine what it would cost to operate Confluence's system, assuming you employed people to do so directly. And to do this, the first step is to obviously ask, how many people would you need to run Confluence's system? To answer that, Dr. Mark looked at the Confluence's system and asked, is there any logical way that you could organize the work? And what Dr. Mark determined was that there was some quite obvious groupings, clusters, if you will, of Confluence systems. And that by grouping the clusters together, while taking into consideration drive time and geographic disparity, it was possible to develop several districts or divisions. Dr. Mark ultimately determined 9 such divisions to be reasonable. And then, by assigning one operator to each division, Dr. Mark came up with 9 operators. The final step was to determine what it would cost to employ these 9 operators. For this, Dr. Mark relied on data generated by the Missouri Department of Higher Education and Workforce Development, in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics, to find the mean average cost of employing a water and/or wastewater operator in Missouri. The final result of Dr. Mark's research showed that 9 water and wastewater operators could be employed for about $540,000. Dr. Mark rounded this number up to $600,000 and proposed that this is what the Confluence should include in its rates to cover the cost of operating its systems. Given that Confluence is currently spending $1.6 million, this would free up about $1 million in actual cost savings for Confluence and ultimately its customers. Now, Confluence obviously does not like this proposal. And its response to Dr. Mark's work is effectively threefold. First, the company challenges the division of labor. Specifically, the company chastises the OPC for having some divisions with few systems and others with more. Now, as you will soon hear, this is a rather silly argument. Dr. Mark's division of labor closely matches the company's own division of labor on several occasions, and in others, actually more generous than what the company is currently employing. If anything, the way Confluence's system is operated now suggests that there should be fewer boxes on that map. In addition, Confluence's current operations results in circumstances where some operators are overseeing more than 20 systems, while others are only seeing one. So as I said, it's somewhat of a silly argument. The next response is to say the OPC failed to acknowledge that it could take more than one operator to oversee a system. While there's slightly more truth to this argument, there's also quite a bit of misleading testimony regarding it. For example, Confluence attempts to convince the Commission that OSHA requirements regarding enclosed spaces would prevent operators from inspecting systems on their own. That is not true. The enclosed spaces discussed in those OSHA documents are not entered into during a routine inspection, and instead are only entered into on an as-needed basis. A similar issue occurs with regard to the Confluence's claims regarding repairs. Again, you don't need two people overseeing a system to deal with repairs. You just need one to inspect it, and another somewhere else that you can call in if a repair is needed. And if that sounds unreasonable to you, understand that that is, in many ways, what Confluence is already doing. In fact, as I intend to demonstrate today, the actual distance for that other person can be quite substantial under Confluence's existing method of operation. The other argument the company raises concerns just the volume of work that an operator is being asked to perform. Unfortunately, this argument is based on some rather dubious math that appears to be an attempt to mislead this commission. I'm going to go over those issues today as well. The third and final issue Confluence has raised regarding Dr. Mark's recommendation suggests that the wages Dr. Mark used were too low. Specifically, Confluence contested the idea that Dr. Mark relied on 2021 data for his analysis. The company insisted that wages were needed to be adjusted upward for inflation. Now, at the time, the 2021 data was the only data that we had available, or rather that Dr. Mark had available. However, the same body that produced that data has now produced the 2022 data. And upon reviewing the 2022 data, Dr. Mark was surprised to learn that the wage data that he used had actually decreased, not increased. In other words, it has actually become more cost-effective to hire water and wastewater operators, not less. There are, of course, other nuances to this issue, but I will save those for the brief. So for now, I will simply end on this thought. What the OPC is ultimately asking for in this case is not to diminish Confluence's income. Rather, what the OPC is asking is for Confluence to work towards realizing cost savings, real cost savings, that we believe the company can achieve. Now, reasonable minds can debate about the magnitude of those cost savings, the number of operators that are necessary. However, Dr. Mark's testimony has identified that even if the company hired 20 operators at his figured salary, the company could still achieve cost savings of nearly $500,000. And I just want to point out, because there's been talk of this study that staff and the company have agreed to, and while I am happy to hear about that study does not produce cost savings for customers now. It kicks the can down the road, hoping that at some point in the future, after the next rate case, some cost savings might be achieved. So the reason we're still up here right now is to see if it's possible to get those cost savings in rates now. So with that in mind, I ask this commission today to just keep an open mind. And seriously, critically think about what you're about to hear and ask, does this make sense? How much money could be saved if the company considered bringing even a portion of their current operations staff in-house? And if you decide that some money could be saved, give the company the necessary incentive to do so by disallowing whatever you deem to be unnecessary as part of the current $1.6 million spend. Thank you, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
Are there?
Judges, Commissioner Roop, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Chairman.
For the record, Chairman Scott Roop, it's really not a question, Mr. Kleiser. I just wanted to say thank you for using the kick the can down the road comment. We've gone an entire hearing without hearing that. And it just warms my heart when I hear that people use that terminology.
Thank you, Chairman.
Are there any other commissioner questions for Mr. Kleiser?
Judge, I have one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Holzman.
Thank you. For the record, Commissioner Holzman. In your opening, you said that your witness produced 9 districts, but it's my understanding that there is an agreement to consolidate those districts down to, and we haven't seen the end result, but I believe I heard 2. Is that correct?
So allow me to clear that up, because I understand exactly where the confusion is. What you are referring to are the division for rates. And there is, yes, a proposal for 2 rate districts for water and 2 rate districts for sewer. And I'm not even sure that district is the right term in that scenario, because it's more about the specific technology being employed by the system. What Dr. Mark is referring to is the logical way that you could break up the division of labor to operate Confluence's existing systems. It does not relate to how the systems are currently being charged or would be charged under the stipulation for rates. They are completely separate divisions. I don't want to use the term divisions, but yeah, they're completely separate concepts.
That helps separate that. I may have some questions for him on how he arrived at those districts, but thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner questions? I have a quick one. I'm sorry, Mr. Kleiser. This is the presiding officer, Judge Charles Hatcher. I haven't heard you mention the word imprudence.
Would you like me to use the word imprudence?
Is OPC's position that the use of third-party contractors is, in this situation, imprudent, semicolon, or is OPC's position that the company can do much better than where it is now spending for these services?
Your Honor, I hate to do this, but if you will give me the luxury, I would prefer to defer that to my brief and allow me to think on it.
Granted.
Or
I withdraw my
defer the
question.
to Dr.
Or,
Mark.
excellent. All good solutions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kleiser. It's 9:30. We have been informed that we may be joined by a court reporter shortly. I'm sure that depends in great amount on the court reporter's schedule this morning. We have a motion by the Office of Public Counsel to go into recess, which would effectively mean that we started a half an hour ago and would be going into recess. Because the time of these hearings and the time of our commissioners is precious, my inclination is to deny the motion, press forward. However, I understand that commissioners may have a different viewpoint, and I will defer if any commissioner would like to speak up and offer a different solution. Okay, denied. Let's go ahead and call first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. David Woodsmall on behalf of the company. We would call Josiah Cox to the stand.
Thank you, and as Mr. Cox makes his way to the stand, go ahead and have a seat. His name is spelled Josiah-Cox. He's already been sworn in. Just a reminder to him and those listening, that still applies. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I believe, just for the clarity of the record, Mr. Cox's testimony, his direct is Exhibit 4, rebuttal is Exhibit 5 and 5C, surrebuttal is Exhibit 6. Those have been offered and admitted. I intend the witness or cross-examination.
Thank you, and we'll go to cross-examination. Staff.
No cross, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Kleiser?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Cox.
Good morning.
You are the president of Central States Water Resources, correct?
Correct.
And you're generally familiar with the operation of your own systems here in Missouri, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the regulatory structure concerning the operation of water and wastewater systems,
Which regulatory structure?
those imposed by the Missouri Department of Natural Resources.
Yes.
So you feel yourself quite knowledgeable on those, correct?
I know quite a few of them.
Good. I would like to have a discussion with you today to help me understand how Confluence's system is currently operated. And I'm going to start with just asking some rather basic questions. Do you need to be certified with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources to be a wastewater operator?
You do.
Do you need to be certified with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources
That's-
to be a water operator?
Yes, you do.
All right. How many times does a operator need to inspect a water system?
5 times a week.
5 times a week. How many times do they need to inspect a wastewater system?
We require 3 days, 3 times a week for mechanical plant. 1, sometimes 3 on our MBBR plants. MBBR is a moving bed bioreactor, so it's a secondary plant that post-processes waste from lagoons or sand filters.
And Your Honor, I'm not sure what the exact protocol here is, but I will make a motion for the ability to move about the well. Can you see what I've written?
I can.
All right, so we've got, do I have this right? Water is 5 times a week, wastewater is 3 times a week.
That's correct for basic inspections. That doesn't take care of, repairs, work orders, all that good stuff.
I understand, trust me. We're going to get into a lot of things here. Oh, Dave. I'd like to mark an exhibit. This should be 231.
So marked.
Mr. Cox, I apologize. There are several different pages here. This is a compilation of several different things. We're just going to start with the first 2 pages. Can you identify that for me?
The front says data information request.
This would be a data information request that the OPC issued to Confluence Rivers, correct?
Correct.
And if you'll turn to the next page, this is the attached Excel file referenced in this.
I see the Excel file.
Now, Mr. Cox, you'd agree with me that this Excel file is an outline of the water and wastewater operators you have managing your system, according to your data request?
Yeah, so I think maybe there's some clarification need on that. Those are the operators' licenses that are assigned to each of those plants. So there's more technicians who work on the plants than just the operators that are assigned.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you have mechanics, plumbers, electricians. Oftentimes, the technicians make more money than the operators themselves.
So when we asked you in this DR to identify the other staff assigned to this, you did not include that other staff?
No, in fact, we did that in our rebuttal testimony where we included the 22 people the operations firm had working on the other systems.
Why did you not update this DR with the other staff as requested?
You asked for operators. These are certified operators. We gave you the answer you're looking for.
Let's dive into that for just a moment now. I wasn't expecting to go off the rails this early. can you look at the headings at the top of this Excel file? Would you agree with me that they read utility, operating company, facility, chief operator, other employees, but not a complete list of staff? Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the original staff data request 0241?
I am not.
That data request had the same Excel file as this, sans a few names. And if we need to, I can go print a copy and get them. Would you agree with me on that?
Agree with you what?
That 0241 had the same Excel file as this.
I mean, I take your word for it.
And you see what our request is, where we say, referencing company's response to staff DR 0241, for each system listed in column B, please list the name of all staff not included in column D. Do you see that?
I see that.
And your response was, please find attached the updated staff DR 241 exhibit attached. Do you see that?
I see that.
So what you're telling me off the bat is that Confluence didn't truthfully answer this DR, that you didn't include all staff as requested.
But then we came back and updated
Did you
our testimony.
truthfully answer this DR?
Your Honor, I object, being argumentative.
I'm a little concerned about decorum, Mr. Gleiser. Go ahead.
Your Honor, how am I to proceed if the company can lie in its DR responses?
Your Honor, I object. to
Calmly.
this characterization. And I'd also ask him to quit approaching the witness.
I have permission to move about the well. I am not approaching the witness. I am standing in the well.
I think his movement is fine and non-aggressive. I think his question delivery might be toned down a bit.
I will do my best. I am a passionate person. My apologies. I'm going to continue under the assumption that this DR is accurate and that these are all the staff you have operating these systems as indicated in your DR response. The next 2 pages, you would agree with me, are an excerpt from Dr. Mart's rebuttal testimony, correct?
Correct.
And the last page, just for everyone's ease of reference, is a map of the state with the counties listed, correct?
Correct.
Do you dispute that map and those counties?
No.
Good. Are you familiar with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources water and wastewater operator search system?
Search system, like I can look up the operator's
Correct.
licenses?
Yes.
Yes.
Brian, can we bring up that computer?
Did you hit escape on that keyboard right in front of you?
Escape.
Just hit escape.
Can you get, I do not want to approach the witness. I'm just going to direct how to handle the, never mind, I can do it from here. I'll try. Can you hit the Internet Explorer icon? Can you go to the top where it says water and hit drop down for me? And hit browse water? Or that's good. No, that's fine. Scroll down until you see on the side on the popular links. Can you hit operator certification for me? Can you scroll down until you see, stop, that's fine, operator certification database search? All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark another exhibit.
So marked. 232. 232, exhibit number. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Cox, Can you hit operator search on that top row? And can you type in for the certification number 10745 and hit search for me? And can you hit view next to Victor, right? And you would agree with me that what comes up is what's shown on this page here?
Yes, on your first page, correct.
And you would agree with me that if I were to cross-reference the name, well, Victor Wright's actually not one of those listed on here. We should have done one that has a certified number listed.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd object. I don't believe there's been.
Mr. Whitsmall, first of all, microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd object at this point. There has been no foundation laid. There's nothing to show that this witness is responsible for putting information into this database, who compiles it, whether he's seen this before.
I'm inclined to agree.
I am laying the foundation now, and I am only interested in establishing that these documents correspond to what is included in the database.
Would you stipulate to that?
No, I have no clue who put together this information, who submits the information to whoever puts it together. We're just asking questions about things that show up on the internet.
On the official Missouri Department of Natural Resources webpage,
I will give you that. The problem is who submits the information, who compiles the information, how often is it updated, all of that stuff that needs to be established.
overruled. But proceed quickly, Mr. Kleiser.
Is going to be a long day. I apologize.
I meant foundationally.
Ah. Can you flip through this book until you find Brady Graves?
Mr. Kleiser, can you explain why are we looking at the certifications?
Because we are going to go into an in-depth dive of all of their operators, where they're operating, what certifications they have, and the service areas they're covering.
And therein lies the problem when he says all of their operators. I believe that's what Mr. Cox was trying to explain. So I understand he's attempting to lay a foundation, but when he characterizes it as all operators, I believe that mischaracterizes, one, the information we gave him and what the information on DNR is.
My apologies. Let me correct. All the operators listed in the DR response that the OPC received requesting a list of all of the staff.
That seems foundational, Mr. Kleiser. That would have been good to know. So, if I can summarize the OPC's non-statement, Exhibit 232 purports to be the translated list of employees that are listed as operators as researched by OPC on the Department of Natural Resources website and then printed out.
Correct.
Did the company provide you with any certification information, Mr. Kleiser?
They provided the certification number of the chief operators on this sheet, which is the far right column.
And what is the purpose of going through every name on the list to inquire about their qualifications?
I'm not going, I apologize, Your Honor. I do not intend to go through every name on the list to establish their qualifications. I am attempting to begin the process of my cross to establish where people live, where they are working, and how this entire system is operated, which is directly germane to the OPC's entire argument.
That these particular operators already live in far-flung places better than, or farther than the boxes.
I will endeavor. It is going to be much easier once the entire thing is out there, but you're starting to get the gist of it.
Mr. Kleiser, I do not want to go through every employee. Can you land this plane a different way?
Your Honor, not to interrupt, but if it helps, we will stipulate that there are 21 certified operators at our systems.
That is not true.
That's not true. You're wrong. That's wrong on that. There's 22 people working on it, not 22 certified operators.
Okay, I think that the commission at this point would like to clarify what a certified operator means, who that includes, how many people. Let's finish that small discussion, and then we will move on to how in depth we're going to get.
All right. Mr. Cox, you would agree with me that this is a representation of the map included in Dr. Mark's testimony, correct?
Yes.
All right. I would like to go through where your operators are currently working and what jobs they're serving.
Yeah, and this is where I think is just we're completely disagree because we have multiple technicians running different places across the entire state. So
Mr.
it's-
Kleiser, I need answers about what an operator is before we move into more questions.
My apologies, Your Honor. Would you prefer, if I can submit these Code of State regulations defining the certification process?
No.
No? What?
What I want is either you to ask Mr. Cox
Sure.
some questions or I will.
All right, let's start there. What is a water operator?
So a water operator is someone who has a certification, which is training and time spent operating, depending on the certification, to have a license to be able to operate a water plant. And on the wastewater side, it's the same. So different classes require different tests, different educational components, and different amounts of experience, and then ongoing continuing education credits for the operators.
And Mr. Cox, you define all of the staff included on that list as operators, correct?
On this answer,
No, on the answer to the DR request, the Excel spreadsheet.
that is correct.
Those are all operators. Is that sufficient, Your Honor, or are there more
No,
questions?
I have more questions.
Very
Mr.
good.
Cox, do the people who work for a certified operator, do they all have to be certified?
No, they don't. And typically different trades. So you need mechanics, electricians, plumbers. You know, oftentimes the skilled tradespeople are really higher level employees than the lower level operators.
Thank you. Would you please describe how this works? The thought in my mind is forming that Confluence hires a certified operator who has a license. I'm thinking analogous to real estate brokers, how there's a broker and then there's agents underneath, but I'm not really sure. And then the operator then hires these other, no? Okay.
No.
Can you
So-
describe it to me?
Yeah, absolutely. So contract operations and maintenance for water and wastewater industry is a big industry. I think 15% of all water and wastewater systems in the country are contract operated. And really it's because each of those firms, those contract operations maintenance firms, they have the, the expertise, the people, the tradespeople who work for those firms, right? So what Central States does is we bid out our contract operations and maintenance firms to professional firms who do this all over the country, right? And we do it geographically to try and attract more bidders. And then those firms who are offloading the risk, the permit risk, to those contract operations and maintenance firms. So those guys are responsible for doing all the ongoing operations and fixes at the plants, a normal course of business.
Am I counting right? You named 2 levels there. You hire the regional
We got contract operations.
contract operations, and then they hire the,
They have operators and technicians who work for them. Yeah. So we, some states we have one operator for the entire state. Other states like Missouri have multiple operators. You have nationwide companies like Jacobs Engineering that worked for us before. So it's kind of all over the country.
okay. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
I apologize for not having answered those questions or asked those questions. All right, let's get started. Can you find can you find Hillcrest on that Excel spreadsheet?
Your Honor, for the commission's assistance, it's at the very bottom of that spreadsheet.
I found it.
And you would agree with me that for Hillcrest, the chief operator listed is Mike Hornbuckle, correct?
Correct.
And you'll help me out here. Hillcrest is in Cape Girardeau, right?
Correct.
That'd be that one there.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll put a pin in that. So we have Brown for Mike Hornbuckle. And the Hillcrest, there's a water and a wastewater system, right?
That's correct.
Would you like me to mark that as 2 different ones?
Your call.
For now, I'll keep it at 1. And in addition to Mike Hornbuckle, there's a secondary operator listed, Brian Strickland, right?
That's correct.
I'm going to go ahead and put pink in for Brian Strickland. All right, now, help me out here. How often does Mike Hornbuckle have to inspect the system? You said it was 5 times, correct?
On the water side, 5 times.
5 times.
He has to test the water 5 times, once a day,
5 times a week.
5 times a week. So inspect and test both.
Inspect and test. And just to be clear, both of those people are working for Strickland Engineering, right?
That's correct. Strickland is a contractor in that area.
Strickland's a contractor in that area. And how often does Brian Strickland get to that system?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Don't know the answer to that question. And he has to check the Hillcrest system, wastewater system 3 times, right?
That is correct.
Is the Hillcrest wastewater system mechanical, or is it just the lagoon?
It's mechanical, so it has a moving bed bioreactor on the back end of a 3-cell lagoon.
All right.
Then UV disinfection.
Your Honor, I need to mark another exhibit.
So marked 233.
Now, the DR response says public. I can't recall whether the contract is confidential or not.
No, this is,
This is confidential, or?
no, it's fine.
This is fine. Okay. Mr. Cox, you'd agree with me that this is Confluence, the River's data response to staff data request 0040?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that this data response includes the contract with Strickland Engineering?
I believe so.
Can you turn to the scope of operation services on page 11 of 12?
I see it.
You would agree with me that under line 2, it says only make weekly or more frequent visits to the treatment facility?
State requirement, or more frequently, state requirement is 5. We have tests for every single day on record with DNR.
All right, we'll deal with that later as well. But for right now, you'd agree with me that this contract only requires weekly.
Yeah, correct, or what's required.
So how long does it take Mr. Hornbuckle to visit that system?
Probably a couple hours.
All right, walk me through that.
So he goes into the building, he has to perform water tests, he has to go through and make sure all the systems are operational, he has to physically inspect. In fact, I think we have a whole work order system that goes through each one of these tasks. So I think we have 70,000 tasks that are performed in Missouri. So we go through a checklist, and that checklist changes depending on what cycle we're in. So his initial visit, I think there's 4 weeks in a month. 1 week, he may have to do blower maintenance, a blower check, valve checks, all of that. So really, it's probably 2 hours a visit, sometimes more depending on where we're at on preventive maintenance schedules,
So 2 hours a visit,
at a minimum.
at a minimum. We'll come back to that as well.
Yeah, and by the way, some of those have to be 2 people. So if you're doing a valve check, you've got to check 2 valves when you let the water system to see if those are going. So, or if you're doing a preventative maintenance schedule on a blower, it takes 2 people on the electrical panel, so on and so forth.
So he has to have 2 people to do that check.
Correct.
Does he do that every time?
Not every time.
How often does he do that check?
It really depends on the system. We got a whole work order management system that goes through every one of those tasks.
Okay. I am going, Your Honor, to endeavor to move as quickly as possible through this. I understand the commission's time is precious. Mr. Cox, can you find Port Perry on that Excel spreadsheet? It's just above Hillcrest.
I see it.
And that's in Perry County, right?
That's correct.
That's right here, right?
That's correct.
And that would be Brian Strickland as the chief operator, Mike Hornbuckle as the secondary, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a third name listed there, isn't there?
Yeah, I believe so. Charles something. Charlie.
Charles.
So-
I've been pronouncing it Staffield. So right now we have 3 people between these 2 systems, is that right?
That does not include technicians, but correct operators.
How long does it take to check a wastewater system?
A couple hours.
A couple hours?
Lift stations, so both Hillcrest and Port Perry have lift stations. So Port Perry is half force main and half gravity. So each of the lift stations has to be visited as well.
Can you give me an estimate? Is it 2, 3 hours?
Sure, but that does not include when you have to do some of your routine maintenance. So any of the preventive maintenance schedules that go along with each mechanical components, that doesn't include that.
I'll put 2 hours.
That's not what I said, sir.
Oh,
It's
I'm sorry.
2 hours, sometimes 4 hours, other times.
2 to 4 hours.
It depends on the day. And that's not one person, that's multiple people, because your technicians go out there and preventive maintenance schedules.
All right, that gives us a good baseline. I'm going to switch gears on you. I want to talk about David Duncan, okay? Can you find David Duncan? And I'll help you out. He is the 3rd name along if you start in that second sort of block at Berkshire. Oh, I'm sorry, not in that sheet, the Excel spreadsheet. I apologize. Hold this for a second.
For everyone that is halfway down, it's listed as Central Rivers Berkshire. Mr. Kleiser, would you just locate the information and tell the witness to look at it and confirm it so that we can move this question along?
I'll be more than happy to make this as fast as possible, and let me know if I can make it speedier.
Well, like I said, By announcing where the information is that we're all looking for, because we're spending 30 seconds each time, all of us, looking to see where you're referencing, including the witness. Can you just point it out, please?
I will endeavor to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. Let's get right to it. You would agree with me that David Duncan, and we'll just speed through this. About halfway down that second block in the middle of the Excel file, you agree with me that David Duncan is appearing at Berkshire, Clemstone, County Hill, Countryside Meadow, Fox Run, Park Estates, Prairie Fields, Private Gardens, and Wilmar Estates.
I do.
And if you'll indulge me, again, trying to speed that up, you would agree with me that those are these systems right here.
I agree with that. I actually know this Central River system very well. So I would say this is a great example of how what you're proposing doesn't work. Because this system is force main, so there are multiple lift stations across the entire system, and it requires, since there's sand filters, it requires much more inspection work than a traditional plant.
And that's where I'm getting confused by. How is David Duncan managing to inspect all these systems in a week?
He's not managing all these he's an operator listed on there's technicians that are expecting this on top of David Duncan.
So you have non-certified people making the inspections?
We have technical people looking at the mechanical systems, looking at the pump systems, looking at the lift stations. That would be a plumber, or an electrician, or a mechanic.
I understand. Are the operators themselves inspecting the system?
The operators themselves examine the plant.
I want to make sure I'm clear. Do the operators participate in the inspection?
It depends on which inspection you're talking about. For a lift station, or for example, for this, because it's a force main system, they have individual grinder pumps at every house. It doesn't take a certified operator to look at a lift station. It does take a certified mechanic and or electrician to look at a lift station.
Let's just come back to this. The inspection has to be done 3 times a week. Is that by an operator?
By an operator.
Yes. All right. So David Duncan is inspecting each of these systems 3 times a week.
There's 4 operators listed there.
All right. Well, let's cut into that then. Turning back to the DNR website, can you look up Terrell Sauls for me? Not in that. You're going to actually have to look it up on the website. He's not certified.
We're not looking up things to become evidence. No, sir.
How would the commission like to take notice of the fact that Terrell Sauls is not certified?
Mr. Kleiser, that's up to you. I'm not trying your case.
You would agree with me that you can't find Terrell Sauls in a search of the commission of the DNR website?
I have no idea. And I know that I have certified operators assigned to every one of these plants. In fact, we check their certifications on a quarterly basis to make sure there is a certified operator associated with every plant.
Let's just move on. The chief operator running down the Excel spreadsheet on the left-hand side. For the entire first block is Brady Graves, correct?
I see that.
Your Honor, not to interrupt, but may I approach the witness to give him a bottle of water?
Yes, and that is not correct, witness nor counsel. Brady Graves is the majority name in the first block, but there are other names listed as chief operator.
You are correct. I apologize. I know where these are. It will take time to ask the witness. May I just start pinning them? All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I'm somewhat worried about the clarity of the record. Is this exhibit that he's creating going to be offered into the record? Is someone laying the foundation for the location of all these pins? This turned into a train wreck, Your Honor.
Mr. Kleiser, please address the bench.
Apologies. The foundation for the location of the pins is the DR response.
Mr. Woodsmall, I did not hear an answer to your question. I don't know the answer to your question. I also didn't hear an objection, so I'd rather just move on.
That's fine, Your Honor.
I'm going to go out of turn a little bit. Mr. Cox, do you know how much the disallowance is that is being requested by OP? It's $1 million on
It's
this.
$1 million,
Okay.
right? That's why we're sitting here going through pins.
Hey, Dr. Mark, how many pins do you think you're going to put on there?
Quite a few.
Let's take a recess. It's 10:09 now. Let's come back at
We're going to try 10. I think we can do it.
Let's come back at 10:20. 10:20. We're on recess and off the record. on the record to give an update on our court reporter. She is still having issues logging into the WebEx. So we will continue slowly speaking into the microphone, one at a time. Yeah, I don't think I have any other announcements. Mr. Kleiser,
All
go
right,
ahead.
thank you very much. I do wish to apologize to the commission. I apparently did not think that all the way through. I will proceed continuing, though. Let's start. First, simple question. David Duncan in orange fits perfectly into that one box, correct?
Sure, I could see that. This just has nothing to do with how we operate systems, nor does it account for all the people working on systems.
Right, and all of that is premised on the idea that there were more people on the list when we asked for all staff.
We did give you clarification for the DR, and that we had it to you, so.
That was the DR response.
Mr. Kleiser and Mr. Cox, we have a process to take care of discovery disputes, and this is not it. Please continue.
Your Honor, if I would, I didn't know that I had a discovery dispute. I thought I had an answer, but I will proceed. I apologize. Jamie Davidson, which I have highlighted in blue, fits entirely within that square, but for those two down there. Would you agree with me on that?
I see your blue pens.
Your Honor, I believe there needs to be some foundation here. For instance, can you verify this map? Can you tell me who is which color? I mean, we're just pointing at colors on a map.
Let's, well taken.
The implicit problem was that the putting the colors on was going to be the building of the foundation by cross-referencing it against the Excel spreadsheet.
I understand. If you would prefer, I can ask Mr. Cox, but I would expect the questions to be a very direct. The yellow ones represent this employee. Do you agree? But that is just me. Mr. Kleiser, go ahead.
Well, if you'll take a look at this Excel spreadsheet, you'd agree with me that Chris Wallen is listed as the chief operator for all of the systems in that second block, beginning with Missouri Utilities through Wilmar Estates.
He's listed as the chief operator, correct? And there's multiple other operators listed after him.
And if you would cross-reference that to what Dr. Mark has broken out as the divisions, you would agree with me that all of those systems are these two boxes, correct?
Your Honor, and again, how is the record going to reflect Mr. Kleiser pointing at an...
You're right.
With two fingers?
He has a good point. Let me back that up. I apologize.
This entire line of cross-examination is a train wreck. This shows how half-baked Dr. Mark's
Thank you,
proposal
Mr.
was.
Woodsmall. That is an excellent critique. We're not taking critiques at this time, though. I'm going to number your boxes for you, Mr. Kleiser. I'm going to take over the questioning for a few minutes. The boxes are in the state of Missouri.
The divisions are already numbered in Dr. Mark's testimony. I will just refer to the divisions in the testimony.
Excellent.
I apologize.
Sold.
So those were divisions 1 and 2 in Dr. Mark's testimony, which is the next page.
Page 11.
Well, it's page 11 of the testimony, the second or third page of the handout. If we cross-reference that, we can see Chris Wallen serves all of those systems and just those systems, correct?
He's listed as chief operator of those, correct?
Correct. And you'd agree with me that but for those two systems,
Again, Your Honor,
sorry,
but for those
but
two...
for the Spring Branch and Missing Well systems, which were in number 3 of Dr. Mark's breakout in his testimony, all of those operations are in Division 2 of Dr. Mark's testimony.
What was the question?
If we were to cross-reference the Excel spreadsheet,
Okay.
you know what? I'm going to actually do most of this in my briefing. I'm just going to cut this short. This hardly is not working. Let's just ask some rather simple questions. Brady Graves. Brady Graves operates the majority. The bench is absolutely correct. Not all, but the majority. He holds the chief operating position for all those systems in that first block. Not all those systems, for the majority of the systems in that first block on the Excel spreadsheet. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And I'm just going to pinpoint a few so that we can place them on the map. Branson Cedars. You would agree with me that he operates Branson Cedars, which is fourth down from the top.
Your Honor, I believe that's, Branson Cedars shows James Crawford as the chief operator.
Sorry, he's listed as an other employee in Branson Cedars.
Correct.
And Branson Cedars is Taney down here.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that he is listed as the operator for, let's do Freeman Hills, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 down.
Yes.
And Freeman Hills, where is that? That'd be up here, would it not?
Your Honor,
Sorry, that would be in box number 6. Sorry, division number 6 from Dr. Mark's testimony.
Sure. I think you're getting you're misunderstanding a chief operator versus a normal operator. I think that's where you're getting confused on this.
All right, enlighten me.
A chief operator, so Brady in particular, I know Brady. Brady is a technical expert, so he is one of the top operators over there, manages a bunch of other personnel. He is the guy because I think these systems we buy are completely dilapidated, which is one of the reasons why Mr. Mark's thing made no sense to us. We buy missing well. We buy Freeman Hills. Freeman Hills has failed wells, failed electrical, the system's on its last leg. We have to continue to provide service until such a time we get all the engineering done, permitting to do new construction. So a guy like Brady goes in and says, hey, electricians, we need you to do this rewiring, we need you to watch these pumps, we need you to do all this triage work and ongoing inspection work in order to just keep this thing running until the new things new improvements get built. So he is managing a number of systems because he is a technical expert that can direct all of our trade skill people to watch individual components until such time we get new improvements done.
Okay, so he's a manager. He's managing on top of everybody else.
Managing and operating at the same time, riding boss.
Is he going to each of these systems?
He goes to some systems. It depends on the week.
I don't understand how he's able to do that, given the amount of time that you say it takes to visit each system and the number of systems he's on.
That's
Your
why
Can you
there's
please
more.
explain that to me?
there's no question there.
I asked, can you please explain that to me?
Yes, that's why there's more than one operator listed on each one of these systems, because you have to trade people back and forth.
Do you know where Brady Graves lives? You said you know him.
I think he lives in Lincoln County.
So he's up here.
Correct.
And Victor Wright. Do you know Victor Wright?
I do not.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, is this our court reporter?
Yeah, yes, I really apologize. I don't know what happened with my computer. I could not click on any links or anything.
Not a problem, totally understandable. We'll let you go ahead and get set up. We'll continue here. And my understanding is that you'll then play the recording back and transcribe the rest at a different time. Okay, let's go ahead and,
I'm sorry, did you guys start already or I don't know what's,
yes, ma'am.
I don't know what's.
We started at 9 a.m. and
Oh,
we will be continuing, but we started at 9. There are at least 2 recordings made, and our office spoke with your service, and they will be either transcribing that or sending a reporter, which I believe is you, to continue transcribing the remainder of the hearing and then go back and finish the recording.
Okay, can I get your name? I'm not sure who anybody is, so.
Sure, not a problem. My name is Charles Hatcher. I am the presiding judge. And asking the questions is,
John Kleiser, on behalf of the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel, last name Clizer.
and our witness in the witness box right now is,
Josiah Cox, Josiahcox.
okay, thank you. We will fill in names as we go along. Mr. Kleiser, we are at your question, which,
The last question was Victor Wright, I believe.
we had, does he know Victor Wright? And then it was, how does all that matter? How does, I forgot. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Questioning if you're okay. So if you were to look at the certified operator list, would you agree with me that it says that Victor Wright lives in Pike County?
I don't know if that's where he lives, but that's where it says on the operator sheet.
And you have no reason to doubt that at this stage, do you?
I have no idea.
All right, let's just talk about System 3. This was the one that you focused on in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And by System 3, I mean specifically Division 3 in Dr. Mark's testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you examine the Excel spreadsheet, those systems are primarily, but for Spring Branch and Missing Well, the systems in the fourth box down where James Crawford is listed as the chief operator. Can you cross-reference those very quickly with what's in Dr. Mark's testimony?
Yeah, since it's not listed here, I'm just asking, the second box on the spreadsheet,
Sorry.
the second grouping between you have a space right there. The second grouping starts with Missouri Utilities.
No, first, two more down, Cedar Glen.
Cedar Glen. Okay, so that's the box. That's the box.
Yeah, if we can cross-reference that group with what's in Dr. Mark's testimony as Division 3.
Okay, and can you point to me which box is Division 3? Thank you.
And for the record, I pointed to the box containing the County of Camden. Don't know a better way to do that. You agree with me that those are the systems we're discussing when we talk about Dr. Mark's Division 3?
I don't have Dr. I see the systems you're talking about.
Can you flip the Excel spreadsheet over to Dr. Mark's testimony?
There, I see it.
And you would agree with me that those are the systems that make up Division 3?
Yes.
And that was the division you referenced in your testimony?
Yes, I believe that's true. Let me double check my testimony. Can you point at my testimony where that is?
Absolutely. Page number 34, lines 8 through 17 of your surrebuttal testimony.
Give me that page again one more time, please.
34 of your surrebuttal testimony.
All right, I have page 34 pulled up.
Actually, let's start with, you previously testified that you're checking these systems 5 times a week for water systems, correct?
That's correct.
Cimarron Bay would be one of the systems included in that category, would it not?
If Cimarron Bay is a water system, the water system of Cimarron Bay, that's correct. I can't remember if there's a chlorine analyzer there or not, but that seems correct to me.
like to mark an exhibit. Number 234.
So marked.
Mr. Cox, you'd agree with me that this is a data response request provided to the OPC by Confluence Rivers?
Correct.
And in this data response, the OPC requested how Confluence checks the number of visits to its systems?
Correct, for operations maintenance, yes.
And turning to the second page, the Excel spreadsheet shows the facility checks for Cimarron Bay.
Yeah, these are the work orders that are pulled for the maintenance checks, correct.
And it shows on the right-hand side for the water system, checked about once a week,
Yeah.
slightly less.
That's missing all the water testing that has to happen every day. This is just the inspection, which is different than the water testing.
So what you're telling me is that when the OPC asked you how you verified site visits, you only verified certain site visits?
We verify the site visits that go along with operations and maintenance, not routine testing. It's a technical question. We're giving you a technical answer.
So you don't verify your testing visits?
We get the testing results.
And those testing results wouldn't be a verification of the visits?
No, that's separate than the visit because those are different work orders.
All right, let's just a couple things really quick. Mr. Cox, you reference OSHA visits or OSHA requirements on pages 36 and 37, correct?
Correct.
Mark another exhibit. 235.
So marked.
This is a data response request provided to the OPC from Confluence Rivers, correct?
Correct.
And in that, we asked you to identify a number of sub-bullet points, correct?
Correct.
Mark another exhibit.
Your Honor, Exhibit 235 is not complete. It specifically refers to an asset list that isn't attached.
If Your Honor would like, I can provide it. However, I will explain very shortly why that is irrelevant for the purposes of which I am introducing it.
I will give you that opportunity. Let's see where Mr. Kleiser lands. And the next exhibit, 236, so marked. Mr. Kleiser, are we getting close?
I'm speeding things up. This is another DR response provided to the OPC by Confluence Rivers.
Is that a question?
Correct.
Correct.
And in this one, we requested you information related to the sub-bullet points in 0242, correct?
Correct.
To clarify, I only wanted to introduce 0242 to establish the bullet points. I intend to brief on 0243. If the commission would prefer the Excel file in 0242, I am happy to provide it.
I may have missed it. Would you just give me the underlying punch of what was the point of these?
Sure enough, at this stage, I was just introducing things to get into my brief. The OSHA requirements cited to by Mr. Cox refers to enclosed spaces, which the OSHA regulations that he includes in testimony have listed as specific examples of. 0242 is a recitation of the list, primarily, with a couple of exceptions, of the items in those OSHA regulations, and 0243 specifically says that the company does not enter those on an inspection basis and only on an as-needed basis. Does that clarify?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And did you move for the admission?
I was going to move for the admission of all the exhibits at the end.
Oh, at the end. Gotcha.
I'm just, you know what, I'm going to be very frank with you. This has gone south. I am just going to run through the exhibits I'd like to be able to cite to in my brief as quickly as possible. So I am going to proceed as fast as I can.
Can you let me ask a question first? Are these to be cited in relation to this topic?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
And if the bench would so request, I can specifically establish the rationale behind each as I do so, or if I can just reduce the time necessary, I'll just lay the foundation.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Woodsmall.
Mark another exhibit? I'm sorry, I didn't know
How
you
many
had
do you
finished.
have?
Not sure if I can count. Not a whole lot many more, I hope. Your Honor, I think I can lay the foundation relatively quickly.
I believe I have a no objection in my pocket. So I would rather not have a foundation. I would rather us figure out if we admit those right now.
Oh, okay.
Or if we admit those at the end of the evidentiary hearing when we're going to enter in all of the pre-filed testimony that has not yet been entered. Are you going to ask Mr. Cox any questions about any of that other than foundational in order to get them admitted?
Give me 1 minute, and I will
Okay.
try and determine that.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Your Honor, if they're DR responses, we have no objection to those going into the record.
I see the problem, though. If I give him just one exhibit number, that makes it really easy on me, and that would make it really difficult on him to cite in his brief. That makes me inclined just to take this up at the end. Maybe if we extend naturally through lunch, and Mr. Kleiser or his staff can get those marked, we'll do them then. And I know he's listening, but I'll direct my comments to Mr. Woodsmall because we're still talking. I think what the commission would be most interested in, given the witnesses for public counsel's proposal and the witness for Confluence, in matching up these two viewpoints and comparing them more directly.
I'm not sure I followed that. I'm sorry. What are you proposing?
Are we at the heart of your questioning now?
All I'm doing now is just introducing a handful of exhibits. I can literally just cite what they are and move for the admission, and if there's no objection, we can proceed from there. That'll
We
be
are
the fastest
definitely
way.
doing that. But I don't know if we're going to do that right now. How many do you have? 6, 8, 10,
Yeah,
somewhere in there?
Let's talk about that.
Do you have any other further questions for Mr. Cox?
Give me 1 minute to confer.
Let's do them now.
I do not have any further questions.
Okay. I have listed exhibits, numbers starting at 237 is your next one. What I would like you to do, Mr. Kleiser, is to read me the number of the DR, Exhibit 237.
Starting with 237. Your Honor, OPC DR 2039.
238.
Staff DR 0040401. Sorry, that is again 00401.
239.
Staff DR 0037.
Exhibit number 240.
Staff DR 0075.1.
Exhibit number 241.
Staff DR 0081.
Exhibit number 242.
OPCDR 2035.
Exhibit number 243.
OPCDR 2037.
244.
OPCDR 2036.
245.
I believe that has reached the end of my list.
Okay. I'm going to repeat back the list that we just started with. DR 00401. That's 238. Exhibit 239 is DR 0037. Exhibit 240 is DR 0075.1. 241 is DR 0081. 242 is DR 2035. 243 is DR 2037. And DR 244. Exhibit 244 is DR 2036.
Did you have 2039 as exhibit number 237?
Yes, and Exhibit 237 is DR 2039. Thank you. I was unsure where we started. I'm going to take that batch out of order only because I have that non-objection in my pocket. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibits 237 through 234? I'm not going to read those again.
237 through 244.
244. Thank you, sir. Hearing no objections, those are admitted.
In that case, I'll move for the admission of exhibits 231 through 236, and I can do those individually if you would prefer.
Nope.
Your Honor, the only one that I have problems with, most of those are DR responses, certainly no objection. There is another document, I have it labeled as 232, it says certified operator Victor Wright. My objection, lack of foundation. That's it, Your Honor.
Now, again, I can cross-reference the certification numbers on the Excel spreadsheet with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources website. That is my foundation, and that's it in its entirety.
The problem, Mr. Kleiser, is you produced it.
I understand.
You're a lawyer in the case.
I understand.
And that's my point, Your Honor. He is claiming, but there's no one here as a witness to lay this foundation.
The only way that you could lay the foundation would be to go through the document and insert the numbers into the DNR website, which we can manually do.
But there still has to be a witness.
I can cross Mr. Cox if you want to go through all the names on that list, and put them into the website, and show that that's the response that gets kicked back.
Your Honor, I'll drop my objection.
Thank you, Mr. Woodsmall.
You're welcome.
So admitted. And I am admitting, we started with 231?
I believe so.
Okay. Admitting all of the exhibits proposed by OPC. That is Exhibit 231, 232, which, 231 and the remainder down to 236 are all DRs. Those are admitted with Mr. Woodsmall's blessing. The certified operators is the one we were discussing. That's Exhibit 232. Mr. Woodsmall withdrew his objection, and we will go ahead and admit that. Mr. Woodsmall, just a gentle reminder on the microphone. Thank you, sir. You had no more questions for Mr. Cox. That takes us to commissioner questions pending any input from council.
Yeah, before we do that, Judge, could someone take this down? Because it's definitely going to fall the minute I let go of it.
Takes a
Can I
village.
ask who that last speaker was? I'm sorry, I can't see who all is speaking all the time.
That was Travis Pringle for staff counsel.
Thank you.
Our mistake. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Okay, we have commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions? Commissioner Hahn. Oh. Commissioner Kayla Hahn, last name is spelled H-A-H-N. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cox. In the public stakeholder meetings, there was significant discussion or concern about boil advisories. So I just have a few questions relating to boil advisories. Who makes the decision that the boil advisory is needed? Is that Confluence or O&M, or can you just describe that process?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a whole, in fact, DNR governs this. So there are a whole set of circumstances that require boil water advisory. Those are such as pressure loss, service outage. We're doing routine maintenance that requires a shutting down on part of the system. Anytime that either the pressure has gone down in such a way that you've not maintained 21 PSI, which is the minimum pressure that DNR requires, because that keeps any kind of foreign material from getting into the water lines. Or if there's an event where, we had a pump fail on a chemical dispenser that now we have to go replace it. That means there wasn't adequate chlorination in the system. Those are the kind of things that trigger a boil water advisory.
And then the company makes that decision, or is it a contractor?
That's by DNR mandate. We have a list for our contractor. So when any one of these situations happens, that automatically triggers a boil water advisory.
Okay, who is responsible for notifying the public or the customers of the advisories?
So the O&M contractor kicks that out, and then we kick out the advisory, both our customer service center, right? So the call center itself, and then we update. We've got websites. We use social media as well. So we're trying to use every medium we can to get to our customers.
Okay, so just to be clear, the contractor notifies the customer, or they notify you?
They notify us.
Okay, and then you, through the customer service center, notify the customers?
That is correct.
And what mediums? So you said social media, do you text? or
So-
email, or both?
We email, so it's all voluntary for whatever customer information they give to us. So in fact, we can't even harvest numbers from the call center. You have to voluntarily give us your phone number. So we do not text yet because we've not got enough mobile numbers to make that, something that we can send out. So emails have been given to us. We do all social media, and then we put signs in the neighborhood. And we try to be specific, especially systems we've owned for a while, like Indian Hills. We've zoned those systems, so oftentimes we can do a localized boil water notice instead of a system-wide boil water notice.
Okay. Is anyone at Confluence or CSWR specifically in your executive staff notified of any boil advisories, or every time, or can you describe that?
Yeah, every time. In fact, we go through on a weekly basis every boil advisory that's happened across the entire 11-state footprint. And we go so far as to do a root cause analysis. Hey, what happened? Was it a planned event? Was it a non-planned event? How long did we stay on a boil water advisory? How quickly the test turned around? Because a boil water advisory is lifted by submitting tests to the state that show that the minimum chlorine levels are in the water and it's pressurized. And that's how you're able to lift those boil water advisories.
Okay, that's really helpful. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Glenn Kolkmeyer, last name is spelled Kolkmeyer. Commissioner.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
When you purchased these systems in Missouri, did they all pass DNR regulations for safe water and safe wastewater?
Most none of them did. In fact,
Okay.
we only have bought one water and wastewater systems compliant of the 70 we own in the state.
The 70,
Correct.
only one.
Only one was passing when we bought it.
Today, do all of the systems that you own, the 70 systems, do they all pass DNR regulations with the current operational contracts you have in place?
Yeah, all the drinking water systems pass for human health and safety for sure. 50 of them are fully in compliance. The other are in process. So, for example, if a system doesn't have enough storage, ground storage, so we're still providing water of the existing system, chlorinating it, make sure it's safe for human use. But in an emergency situation, DNR requires to have called a 100,000 gallon tank. So that 100,000 gallon tank may be in the process of being constructed right now, those kind of things. But in terms of the water itself that's being delivered, it's 100% safe.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Are there any other Commissioner?
Judge, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Holzman. Last name is spelled Holsman, and he is on WebEx. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. The contracts that you enter into from here going forward with any contractors, will they abide by the existing stipulation that will be put in place by this case? And if that is not adhered to, what is the consequence?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question. This is one of those moments where I don't even understand how this works. So we have existing contracts with third-party operators to operate the systems. We've been doing for almost 10 years here. And as we've heard before, 35,000 tests, 30 exceedances, and no letters of violation from DNR. So if somehow the commission decided to deduct from my competitively bid third-party operations and maintenance firms, I'm still bound by those contracts. And regardless of how much I disagree with Mr. Mark's testimony and how you train operators and how little there are, which I think that's all, it doesn't even make any sense to us. But regardless of that, to train operators would cost money. We'd have to set up new operations, regardless who it is. I'd still be bound by my third-party contracts. So there'll be some loss-making deal here where I don't get the revenue as part of the revenue requirement. I'm eating that, paying for hiring other operators, because I still have to operate these things 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. So I don't even know how that would work for us, because we can't abide our competitively bid contract. We can't shave down their costs because they have a scope of service they've bid.
Do you think there would be any ratepayer savings if you had more of these FTEs in-house?
No, it's the opposite. So the flexibility of having a third-party operations firm takes away from us trucks, tools, training, warehouses, all of that, and gives us a flexible workforce. You think, in the same way when we buy a new system. So the day we buy a new system, instead of having to bring new personnel on staff, train them, equip them, do all that. We get to turn on service the day we close. So the ratepayers are not burdened with this whole training, equipping, all of that stuff on top of everything else I just said. So no, we're saving the ratepayers considerably by the method we use. And it's why we've used it all over the country consistently, never had a state reject it across all 11 states we work in.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other Commissioner questions? And just to restate for the record, we have 4 of our 5 commissioners here. We have Chairman Scott Roop on WebEx, Commissioner Jason Holzman on WebEx. You just heard from Commissioner Glenn Kolkmeyer here in the courtroom, and Commissioner Kayla Hahn also here in the courtroom. And Commissioner Coleman may be listening. She is getting well after her knee surgery. Hearing no other commissioner questions, the bench has no questions. That takes us to recross. Mr. Pringle.
For the record, Judge, Travis Pringle, Staff Counsel. No further questions from staff.
Thank you. And Mr. Kleiser.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dave Woodsmall on behalf of Confluence Rivers. I'm going to be very brief. You were asked a question by Commissioner Holzman about whether there would be savings if operations was internalized. If there was an opportunity for such savings, would you pursue those, and why?
Yeah, absolutely. We're constantly want to cut operational costs. So think on an operational basis, we receive dollar for dollar our costs. There's no profit to the company. Every dollar of expense that we cut out, we can invest $8 for the same net rate impact for customers. So as a company, we're incentivized to cut costs. So any chance we can do to operational efficiency, we're looking for that because that's our opportunity to earn without impacting customers.
You were shown Exhibit 235, and I don't need you to find it. I'll just tell you it's a data request response that lists a number of confined spaces on OSHA. Do you recall that in your head, lift stations? And can you give me some type of rough numbers about how many of those type of confined spaces we have in Missouri?
I mean, we have hundreds. It's not just the 70 systems that all have a corresponding confined space, but then it's lift stations inside the individual systems, and then it's manholes also inside the individual system. So probably it may be closer to over 1,000.
And while those might not need daily inspections, they need regular inspections. Is that true?
That's true, and they need regular maintenance just because the condition of systems we buy, they're deteriorated. We can't fix everything all at once. We focus on compliance because the capital costs would be so cost prohibitive from a rate standpoint.
And each of those require at least one operator to enter?
That's correct. Each of the combined spaces, you have to have 2 people.
Okay. And I'm finishing up. You were shown an easel with a number of pins on it. Are you familiar with the still to be submitted non-unanimous stipulation with staff that will call for a study going forward?
I am.
And would you agree that the items, the depiction of the system and the number of operators that was on the easel, would that be a consideration in that study?
Yes, we'll go top to bottom study, explain what is the best allocation of labor, how we could consolidate. That's all what we've agreed to do as part of that stipulation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. You're excused. Confluence, go ahead and call your next witness.
Your Honor, Confluence Rivers. Your Honor, Confluence Rivers calls Todd Thomas.
Mr. Thomas, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state your name for the record?
Todd Thomas,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Confluence Rivers, and I guess CSWR LLC in the capacity of Vice President.
And did you cause to be filed in this case direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony.
Yes,
And for the record, I would note those have been pre-marked as exhibits 20, 21, and 22. Do you have those in front of you?
I do.
And do you have any changes to that testimony?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you those same questions that appear therein today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of exhibits 20, 21, and 22 and tender the witness for cross-examination.
You've heard the motion by council. Are there any objections? Hearing none, it is so admitted. Again, those numbers are Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. Go ahead. He tendered his witness, Mr. Pringle, for staff.
No questions from staff, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser.
No questions.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Thomas?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you. That was Commissioner Holzman. The bench has no questions. That takes us to redirect.
No questions, Your Honor.
Or no, yeah, thank you. You're dismissed, subject to recall.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness?
Yeah, our final witness, Your Honor, Confluence Rivers calls Mr. Brent Teese.
And as Mr. Teese makes his way to the stand, I'll remind all of our listeners, he has already been sworn in. That is still applicable. So he will just go ahead and take a seat and then likely be immediately tendered for cross-examination. But that's just a guess.
And just for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Teese's testimony has already been marked and accepted. It is Exhibit 17, which is a public and confidential version, Exhibit 18, and Exhibit 19. Tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, and I can confirm those numbers. Mr. Pringle for staff, cross-examination.
No questions from staff, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Kleiser for Office of the Public Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Teese.
Good morning.
And again, I apologize. For some reason, I can't get it right in my head. Teese, right?
Teese, yes, as if
Okay.
the H isn't there.
I apologize. Teese. Can you turn to your surrebuttal testimony, specifically?
I am there.
Specifically, page 4, or starting on page 4.
Yes, I'm there.
And on page 5, you discuss Dr. Mark's use of 2021 Merrick data. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Mark an exhibit. OPC 2045.
So marked.
Did you review the 2021 Merrick data?
Excuse me?
Did you review the 2021 Merrick data?
I did.
Can you identify this document I've handed you?
It appears to be 2022 occupational employment and wage statistics for Missouri, including various groups with water and wastewater treatment plant operators on the bottom.
Would you agree with me that this is the 2022 version of the Merrick data provided?
I don't see the word Merrick on here, and I accessed that online, so I'm not sure that I can confirm this is what it looks like printed out.
If you would like, Your Honor, allow me to mark another exhibit really quick. Apologies.
Go ahead.
46.
246, so marked. No, you're good. Thank you.
Mr. Teese, would you agree with me that this is a printout of the Merrick data information from Merrick's website?
It is.
Would you agree with me that the information contained in this one matches what's in 0245?
That's correct.
Would you feel comfortable agreeing with me that 0245 is the 2020 Merrick data?
Your Honor, just for clarity, it's 2045.
OPC Exhibit 245.
Go ahead.
Yes, this looks like from the Merrick website, yes.
I'd move for the admission of OPC Exhibit 0245. You've got me doing it now. OPC Exhibit 245. No, it'd be the other one. That was 246.
I know. I'd prefer to take them both. Are you going to ask for 246
If you
eventually?
would prefer to take them both, can I just make 245 both? Or if you'd prefer, I can make them 245 and 246. I'll move for the admission
okay.
of both.
Nope, nope. We've already marked them. My question was, do you want 246 in the record?
I hadn't anticipated, but if you would prefer it, I will be happy to move for both. Let me just move for both.
Nope. 245, are there any objections? Seeing no objections, 245 is admitted onto the hearing record.
Marking 247.
So marked.
Did I not hand you one?
This one? Yes. Yeah, you did. I took it from the ledge.
So thank you. Mr. Teese, would you agree with me that this is the May 2020 State Occupational Employment and Wages Estimates for Missouri compiled by the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics?
Yeah, I see Missouri now. Sorry, I didn't see it at first. Yes.
I'd move for the admission of OPC Exhibit 247.
Any objections? Hearing none, so admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll take us to commissioner questions.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hahn?
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of questions about these documents. I see the wage data. Did you have any employment data, like relative unemployment levels for these occupations? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I should ask OPC. Sorry. I should ask.
Do you have a witness on this one? Yes, you have Dr. Mark. Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Okay, the bench has no questions. And we go to redirect, yeah.
Very briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Teese, do you believe that Merrick data is reflective of wages for this industry?
I do not, and we discussed that in testimony that it has limitations for certain.
And what kind of limitations?
It is a selective reporting database primarily that, folks opt in, as we understand it. And so that means it may or may not be representative of all operators in the state or even a statistically significant sample.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Teese. You're excused once again. And we,
Your Honor, as I indicated, we're kind of hoping to get on the road, so if we can knock out another witness, all the better.
Thought this was a good breaking point. My mic's not on.
I'm having trouble hearing if anyone is speaking.
I thought this was a good breaking point, that's all.
no, let's continue on. Staff,
Yes, staff will call Curtis Gately.
you are correct. I forgot. And this was non-positional for informational purposes.
Correct, Judge. Our sub-issues have been resolved, and staff has no position on remaining sub-issue 17D.
And Your Honor, just for your clarity, but more importantly, for the court reporter's clarity, as I indicated early today, Mr. Mitten will be taking over the rest of this issue. So the voice you hear, Madam Court Reporter, will be Russ Mitten.
Thank you.
Mr. Gately has already been sworn in. I would just remind everyone that that is still applicable. Mr. Pringle, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Mr. Gately.
Good morning.
And for the court reporter, could you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record?
Curtis Gately, Curtisgateley.
And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
Public Service Commission staff.
And in what capacity are you employed with the staff?
I'm the manager of the Water, Sewer, and Steam Department.
And did you call to have prepared for these proceedings what have been pre-marked as Staff Exhibit 108, the direct testimony of Kurt B. Gately, and Staff Exhibit 126, the surrebuttal testimony of Kurt B. Gately?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to either of those exhibits at this time?
No.
If I asked you the questions contained in those exhibits, would you respond in substantially the same manner?
Yes.
And are those responses true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gately. At this time, Judge, staff is moving to admit Exhibits 108 and Exhibits, where was that?
126.
126. Thank you, Judge.
Are there any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objections. Both are admitted, 108 and 126. Mr. Pringle.
And this I brought up earlier about the corrections to Mr. Williams' testimony. I can do this before submitting Mr. Gately for cross, or do that after we wrap up this issue.
Let's do that after.
All right. Then at this time, I tender the witness for cross-examination. Oh, yeah, from your earlier exhibit. 231.
And Mr. Kleiser.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Gately.
Good morning.
I'm going to hand you a copy of OPC's exhibit. Apologies, OPC Exhibit 231. Take a moment and familiarize yourself with it.
I will say that my eyesight isn't great. This is a little hard for me to read, but I will do my best.
Honestly, I might not have to ask you regarding the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay. I've read it.
Would you agree with me that this data request, the front sheet of this, was requesting Confluence Rivers to update a prior staff data request to include all staff identified?
I don't have that level of familiarity with the previous DR, but yes, it does say here that you're referencing a staff DR-0241 for the names of all staff, and says not included in column D.
Would you consider the people who perform chemical testings, plumbers, electricians, et cetera, that was referenced by Mr. Cox to be staff?
My interpretation of this would be that subcontractors used for things like electrical work or plumbing I would not include in the definition of staff. I would include certainly anyone who is a part of true operations of the system. Folks who collect samples, yes, certainly.
So anyone involved in the true operation of the system would qualify as staff?
In the context of this DR, I believe that would have been responsive, yes. The subcontractor folks, like an electrician, that might change every time. Depends on the work. But that kind of work is unusual.
You made a recommendation in this case that there be a Missouri-specific employee dedicated to the operation of Missouri systems. Is that right?
Dedicated to oversight of the operations, certainly. But that dedicated Missouri employee could do quite a bit.
So that dedicated Missouri employee could, for example, oversee other states potentially?
No, the
No.
goal of it was to only be focused on Missouri, because it's my understanding right now that those folks are divided amongst other states as well as Missouri.
You used to work at the Department of Natural Resources, correct?
Correct.
How often does a water system need to be sampled, tested?
I believe that varies by the type of system, whether it's groundwater, surface water, what kind of treatment's going into it. So I don't know for certain the minimum of the simplest ones.
Would you expect it needs to be tested 5 times a week?
Your Honor, asked and answered. Witness already said he doesn't know.
I believe the witness said he doesn't know the minimum.
For the minimum size,
Oh,
and also has expressed his,
I'll withdraw.
okay,
I had misheard him then. I apologize. You put forward a recommendation in testimony, did you not, that the company needed to move towards in-house contractors at some level? Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that there are possible cost savings for moving towards in-house contractors?
I believe that it's possible. I do not have, I haven't conducted such a study.
Turning back to that exhibit that I handed you before, can you flip through until you find the map of the state of Missouri? Yes, that would be the one. And actually, you'll need the page before it just to make sure that we're referencing things correctly.
Okay.
The box that Dr. Mark had labeled Division 3,
Okay.
which I believe includes the county of Camden. Can you find that box on the map?
Yes.
Do you believe that it's fair and accurate to say that a person would need to drive up and down the length of the entire box in order to provide service to systems in that division?
If an operator was providing service to these systems, I would expect them to take a direct route amongst systems, but I would also expect that it depends on the frequency that DNR is prescribed for each one, because you don't have to go to every system every day.
Do you believe that 2 certified operators would be able to oversee at least 8 water and wastewater systems combined?
To conduct the minimum tasks of a normal operating, either wastewater or drinking water, then yes, I believe that that's possible.
Would a single operator be able to oversee 8 systems and conduct the minimum tasks?
Depending on the challenges of the individual systems, I have seen operators take care of more than that, yes.
Has, to your knowledge, the company produced a cost-benefit analysis regarding moving in-house operators?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Are you familiar with the Department of Natural Resources operator search database?
I am.
Would you expect an operator who has a certification to appear in that database?
Yes.
Would you expect that an operator would the failure to find an operator in that database lead you to believe that that operator did not have a certification?
Generally speaking, yes. If I were dealing with a particular person who had represented themselves as an operator but didn't appear on the website, I would follow up with a phone call to make sure there wasn't some kind of error. But generally speaking, we rely on that website. And it's put forth by DNR. The way it's presented is for folks to be able to find an operator. So they put it out there as these are the operators in the state.
I am actually going to ask you really quick to review the Excel file.
Okay.
Your Honor, for clarification, is that the Excel file that's part of Exhibit 231?
It is.
I'm sorry, who was that last speaker? I couldn't see.
Russ Mitten?
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, I will say that I am only going to do one system. Just one. I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. Can you find for me the Clemstone system? And I apologize, I would help to point out where it is, but I literally have given away my copy and I cannot look for it.
I do have it. I see it here.
And would you agree with me that it lists Jeff Morris as one of the side operators?
The title of the column above where Jeff Morris appears says other employees but not a complete list of staff. Yes, I see his name associated with Clemstone.
I'm going to hand you a copy of OPC's admitted exhibit 244. Oh, do you have another copy? Is that what you wanted? I got it. Have you read that, Mr. Gately?
I have.
Would you agree with me, according to that data request, Confluence holds Mr. Morris out to be an operator by listing him on that sheet?
According to this response, yes.
I'm going to hand you a copy of OPC Exhibit 232.
It's a list of certified operators, appears to be printed from DNR's website.
It's already been admitted. I'm asking you to find Mr. Morris.
I have found it.
Does Mr. Morris have a wastewater certification?
Not according to this document.
And just to be clarified, Clemstone is a wastewater system according to the Excel file?
don't specifically see on this that it's listed as a wastewater system, but it's among the Central Rivers system, so yeah, I believe that that is wastewater, yes.
You believe that that's wastewater?
It's my recollection that they were wastewater systems, but I would have to refresh my memory.
Let me help you with that. Can you turn to Dr. Mark's excerpt of testimony that's included in OPC exhibit?
Okay.
And you would agree that under operator number 1, it lists Clemston in Platte County under wastewater?
Yes, I agree.
Mark an exhibit, Your Honor. 248.
Thank you so much.
I apologize, that's going to be really small type. Mr. Gately, can you identify this document?
This is Chapter 9 of the DNR rules for wastewater treatment plant operators. I'm sorry, treatment plant operators.
Can you turn to page 4 as page marked by this document?
Okay.
Would you agree with me that subsection C reads, "All operators of wastewater treatment systems included in subsection 2A of this rule shall possess as a minimum a level D certification of competency issued by the department"? I will not read the second sentence.
I agree that that's what this reg says, yes.
Would Your Honor prefer for me to offer exhibit, or should I just cite to it, given that it's the CSR?
Cite to.
I felt that was probably the case, in which case I will not move to admit it and simply end my cross-examination. Thank you.
Okay, that'll take us to the company.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the court reporter, my name is Russ Mitten, M-I-T-T-E-N. Mr. Gately, do you recall Mr. Kleiser asked you about whether or not the company had performed a formal cost-benefit analysis to determine whether or not it's more cost-effective to use third-party contractors as opposed to in-house personnel?
Yes.
It wasn't a full-blown study, but Mr. Cox did discuss the results of some calculations he'd made in his rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
I remember seeing that he had made some proposals on it, yes.
And as part of its stipulation with staff, the company has promised to make a full-blown cost-benefit analysis study of that very question. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Kleiser asked you a number of questions regarding how many systems a licensed operator could oversee. Is that correct?
Yes.
The word oversee implies that there are people below who are being overseen. Would you agree?
That is not the way that I use that word, no.
How did you use it?
My explanation of that meant the operation of it, the collecting of samples of it, and I mean, there's a lot that goes into just examining a system when you arrive that aren't necessarily turning levers or taking a specific task. So I mean actually the one that DNR considers to be the operator of that system when I said that in that context.
Mr. Kleiser also asked you a number of questions about non-licensed people being able to do work on water or wastewater systems. You recall that?
Not specifically, but I'll take a word for it.
Well, then let me ask it this way. Can a non-licensed person do tasks, operation and maintenance tasks for water and wastewater systems under the supervision of a licensed operator?
Some tasks.
Some tasks. But there are tasks that can be performed by a person who does not have a license.
I would agree that there are some tasks under the supervision and direction of a certified operator that can be done.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll take us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Gately? Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Gately.
Morning.
What is the staff's position on this issue of in-house versus contract?
In my rebuttal testimony, I suggested that the company move toward more in-house operators. The settlement effort that's being discussed for this, we're no longer presenting that as our preferred solution. This company's business practices is not like anything I've seen elsewhere. I still personally believe that the more of those tasks that a company can bring in under their own umbrella, their own employees directly reporting, and not, well, for lack of a better term, some other level of bureaucracy that can interfere with communications and such. The more folks they have in-house, the more likely you are to have what I would consider the best service.
So originally you had proposed some in-house, but at this time staff is not taking a position or backing off of that. Did I understand you to say that?
Yes.
So what is the staff's position on the OPC's proposal?
Staff did not take a position on the disallowance.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? We'll give that a second. We do have two commissioners on the WebEx.
No question,
Judge, I got a quick
Commissioner
one.
Roop.
Thank you. Chairman Roop, go ahead.
No, I
think
said I
you said
had
no
no
question.
questions.
Sorry, maybe that was Commissioner Holzman.
Yes, just real briefly.
Go ahead.
In Mr. Cox's testimony, he said that having more FTEs in-house would cause the ratepayer more expenses. Mr. Kleiser from OPC asked you if having more in-house FTEs would potentially save money, and you said it's possible, but it hasn't been studied. Is it possible? So there's conflict here between these two answers. Is it possible that that going the contractor method would save ratepayers money?
It's certainly possible, yeah.
Okay, so it's possible for either side to be right depending on inputs and circumstances.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the bench has no questions. That'll take us to recross examination, and that'll be Mr. Kleiser.
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mitten,
No questions.
and redirect Mr. Pringle.
Yes, Judge, very brief. Mr. Gately, just during your exchange with Counsel for OPC, used the term in-house contractors. Just for the record, I want to clarify, we mean in-house employees, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when that comes to operators, it means operators directly employed by the company, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that is it, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gately. You are excused, subject to recall. The bench notes that it is 11:48. My first inclination is to break for lunch. However, I do like having all of our information together. Let's go ahead and get started, and we'll see where we land. Dr. Mark, this is your first visit. Thank you, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And Mr. Kleiser, your witness.
Dr. Mark, can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure, my name is Jeff Mark. That's Geoff. Last name is Mark, Marke.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared testimony in this case, which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 206 for the direct testimony of Dr. Jeff Mark, public, 206C, direct testimony of Jeff Mark, confidential, 207, rebuttal testimony of Jeff Mark, public, and 207C, rebuttal testimony of Jeff Mark, confidential, 208, rebuttal testimony of Jeff Mark?
I did.
Do you have any changes to those?
I do.
What are those changes?
Okay. Rebuttal testimony, page 10, lines 5 through 8.
Counsel, is this going to be summarized in an errata sheet?
It is, Your Honor. However, unfortunately, I don't have the copies with me right now. I do apologize. I was going to try and grab those in the earlier break, but I will
That-
produce them immediately upon recommission.
That sounds good. We'll be coming back after lunch. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Mark.
Your Honor, could Dr. Mark please repeat the references?
Sure, Mr. Minton, page 10, lines 5 through 8, and that's the rebuttal testimony. All right. It says, according to the Missouri Economic Research and Information Center, or MERIC, database on occupational employment and wage estimates, or OEWS, there are an estimated, and what it originally says is 2,290, and that should be amended to say 2,160 water and wastewater treatment plant and system operators in Missouri who make an annual mean wage of, and the original says 48,220. The amended should say 47,800.
Your Honor, is that a correction or is he updating his testimony?
Dr. Mark?
I'm updating it. Wait,
That's
Yes,
not
I'm
appropriate. I object.
If that's the case, then there will not be a correction.
I've got a second, sir, rebuttal, but
Those
it
are-
is an update as well. So, okay.
I'm trying to figure out the way to phrase this next question. Notwithstanding any updates which you cannot make, would your testimony today be substantially the same as what is in your pre-filed testimony?
It would.
And the answers there are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
There we go. Your Honor, I would move for the admissions of,
I got you, Mr. Kleiser. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 206, 207, and 208? Seeing none, they are so admitted. Go ahead.
I tend to the witness.
Mr. Pringle?
Yes, thank you, Judge. No questions.
Mr. Mitten?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any commissioner questions for Dr. Mark? We have, if online will wait, we have we have Commissioner Kolkmeyer. Go ahead.
Just got a promotion.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. We're still there.
Good morning.
How we doing?
Doing well.
Good. How much did you propose for the in-house operators versus contract services?
So my initial recommendation was for $600,000, and I provided an alternative estimate at 20 employees that would have raised it to, give me 1 second. So on my page 13 of my rebuttal testimony, I said, at $60,000 apiece, which I remind the commission is above average pay for these types of positions, Confluence could hire as many as 20 operators and still produce cost savings of $494,000.
Okay. Did that include FICA and all of that?
It did.
Insurance,
It included,
full employment, taxes and everything?
It included an estimated amount to cover insurance expenditures. It did not include vehicles.
So that's my next question. How much did you propose for vehicles, fuel, vehicle insurance, maintenance on these vehicles?
Sure, I did not propose any of that, and what I would do, given the opportunity, was to rely on Mr. Thies's schedule. So that's BTSR1, which includes vehicles listed at $10,729, and job supplies as an additional $1,000, and other cost as an additional $1,000. So I would not have a problem adding $12,000 onto that number.
Per employee?
Per system.
Per system, okay. How much was proposed for an office to house these employees? Warehouse space, maintenance, and utilities, and insurance on these facilities?
So the same amount is what I would rely on, that $12,000, and that's what the company provided.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hunt?
Thank you. Dr. Mark, just a question about one of the items that was provided earlier by council. It's U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data relating to employment levels for water and wastewater treatment plant and system operators. Did you look into the availability of workforce to support your recommendations? So, for example, unemployment rate or availability of operators in the workforce to fill these positions?
Cursory, and I'll explain, Commissioner, how I came about that process. So my process in determining this was threefold. Effectively, when I've got questions, I seek out answers. So in this case, I sought out Merrick initially to go ahead and provide BLS data. So the Department of Labor at the federal level, as well as Merrick at the state level, have effectively an agreement where they share data, and this is what's populated. I'm not aware of any other data set that looks at water system operators of Missouri, and this is effectively it. And it is statistically significant, or it would not be put in there. So effectively, over 2,000 operators were surveyed and collected in terms of their mean average. We've been throwing that term around a lot. I think even the company opened up with saying that, these entry-level positions would be coming in at $45,000. Those entry-level, that's a mean average. There's, the entry-level position is significantly lower than that. And again, these are positions that don't require but a high school education, if that. My next step after speaking with Merrick in the Department of Labor was effectively moving to DNR itself and talking about that certification process. And what I was told that in some cases, depending on the type of system and the complexity involved in it, you're going to have different levels of certification. They have a ongoing training list where they're attracting participants to go ahead and effectively train for these operating positions. It's in flux. It's a moving target. No doubt there's a graying of the population. I think Mr. Cox spoke to that. I mean, I would say that that's true everywhere. And again, with the dollar amount that we were putting out here, even at $60,000, like that's a very healthy salary for somebody with a high school diploma in a rural part of the state. So we feel confident that at such a level, you could go ahead and attract people to train and to move up there. Perhaps this isn't an immediate process, but again, money talks in that sense. So that was the basis of that.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. did you look at unemployment levels by region at all compared to where your proposal suggested that those people should be working in those specific regions or groupings?
No, I mean, in a previous career, I worked in labor for a little bit. I'm very familiar with the unemployment insurance and how that breaks down. It's general in nature, so to confine it for a specific occupation would be much more of a challenge. I can tell you, like in broad brushstrokes, unemployment's gotten a lot better in a lot of respects. Post-COVID, but no, not on an individual water treatment.
Were you aware that the unemployment rate for Missouri in June was 2.6%, and that full employment is considered 4%?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Were you aware that Missouri's unemployment level for June of this year was 2.6%, and that full employment of the workforce is 4%, roughly?
Wasn't aware of the specific numbers. I know that, and I'm sure you're aware of this too, that when we're talking about unemployment levels, there's different levels of how you couch that. But no, I was not.
Okay. Just trying to understand the availability of workers to fill the roles that you had proposed. Thank you.
Are there any other commissioner questions?
Is
No
Commissioner
question, Judge.
I heard both commissioners on the WebEx speak at once. If any those two have a question, go ahead.
This is Commissioner Roop. I have a question for Dr. Mark.
Yes, Chairman, go ahead.
Dr. Mark, I appreciate all our hard work and everything that you have put into, trying to estimate these numbers. Was it a goal of OPC to get the commission to start to contemplate this issue for future rate cases with the company, and to draw out data from the company and that to kind of start this conversation? Was that an overall goal of OPC, or are you dying on the sword that this needs to happen right now and these numbers are the best offering?
Well, that's a great two-part question, Chairman. So as OPC, the way that I approach any case that's put before the Public Service Commission is with a healthy degree of skepticism. We're looking for efficiencies. We're looking where there can be cost control, containment. And as the Commission's aware of, the dollar amount issues that we're talking about in this case are not capital items. These are all expense items. And this is where really regulatory lag and the concept of regulatory lag really comes to fruition as a real benefit for the company, because if they can find cost savings in cutting operation expense, then they get to reap those rewards before they come back in for another rate case. It's been a decade, roughly a decade now, that this company's been operating in this state. It shocked me, actually, after reading the direct testimony of the PSC, that this company was still operating in a contract-based model. I'm not aware of any model, any utility that works like that in the United States. That's a foreign concept to me. Further cursory look of the contracts of such, where in the contract you can see like all operators or extended personnel, anything that's out of pocket, they are able to recoup 10% of that on top of those costs. And it's those little things that add up, and it adds up when you talk about a utility that has under 5,000 customers. I know we've put forward again that it's been 9,000. It's 9,000 connections of water and sewer, but it's 5,000 customers. So these small dollars do add up. So, and I'm aware that the staff and the company have entered into a cost-benefit study moving forward. Quite frankly, that should have happened a long time ago. I mean, the company, if reading the room here, they should move forward with a study regardless of any sort of stipulation. But to answer your question directly, Chairman, This isn't necessarily something that I would die on my sword over. My concern is if the commission doesn't give the company some sort of direction of why this is important and why they need to value cost savings and have effectively some more meat within their order, we will be in the exact same position several years from now, talking about a study where the inputs have not been agreed upon, and we're no better off. And there's a level of frustration there that, that is the regulatory nature of things. But, the hope here really is that the commission can recognize that this is unusual, and we believe that there are savings there. An objective look at that, I think would be a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. Appreciate your testimony as usual.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Judge,
Chairman.
I have a question based on Chairman Roop's questions.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Holzman.
Thank you. So if the company has the opportunity to earn on cost savings, and the company also is testifying that going with a third-party contractor is the most cost-effective way to go, why wouldn't they, if your position of there's cost savings with in-house employees and they would be able to earn on that, why wouldn't they do what's in their own best interest, if not for, but the truth of the fact that it is cheaper going with third-party contractors?
That's a great question, Commissioner. The way I look at this, and I'm a bit biased in my perspective here, but at the heart of utility regulation, I consider it economic regulation. If this was a market entity, they would be acutely aware of what their salaried employees are making and trying to be very aware of the margins, that are produced in terms of profit. Not so with a regulated utility. We have an opportunity to shine a light when a utility files a rate case. And as you can see, the record speaks for itself, there was a number of discovery issues in this case. There was a number of opportunities where the inherent nature of asymmetrical information is such, we don't get the information. We have to ask questions upon questions upon questions. Or we get, well, like you heard from Mr. Cox, that wasn't specifically what you asked for. We can only operate with the information that we have. The company should be looking for this sort of stuff. So the question is why aren't they doing it, or why should we just take it at face value? And that comes full circle with really the theme of my entire testimony, is that this is a company who is really good at acquiring distressed systems. I'm more concerned about whether or not they can operate as a utility moving forward. To appease that, I believe, and I believe staff has echoed this sentiment, is a move towards in-house personnel. Having somebody present at these systems that can address the concerns of what we heard from public hearings, from the overwhelming number of EFIS comments, all of that plays into it, because I don't see this as a long-term stable outcome. So why didn't the company do this? Quite frankly, because I believe their priority has been on acquiring systems in other states and not on operating the systems that they have here. I think it's very easy to go ahead and sign a contract and forget about it. And you see that in the examples that we're paying marked up cost for chemicals. We're paying marked up cost for out-of-pocket expenses and so forth. Again, ultimately at the end of the day, we're on the same page in terms of finding efficiencies, or we should be in terms of finding efficiencies, because the outcome we're putting forward for the company is one where they can make more money.
Okay, so given that position and the answer to Chairman Drew's question, which is you believe that going forward, they're going to do this study to make determinations. The question then becomes, if a decision can be either positive or negative based on inputs and based on circumstances, is the decisions the company made in your mind imprudent?
I think it is imprudent. I think the company is overcharging customers effectively for the services that are being offered. That's,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, but going forward, though, we assume that that this situation can be corrected in the next rate case.
I characterize myself as an overly optimistic person, to a fault. I cringe a little bit here saying that, we're going to get uniform agreement and the company's going to see the light and move forward with moving off of their contract-based system. I agree that there needs to be discussion about how that would be phased in over time and looking at the practical applications like storage in vehicles and stuff like this. But at the end of the day, I have serious reservations that we'll be in the exact same position as we are in the last case.
We've talked in this case, throughout this case, about comparisons with other states. We've looked at other states' ROEs. We've looked at other states' tax treatment. In testimony, Mr. Cox said that in every other state that they operate, they use a third-party contractor. In all of the previous rate cases, the staff-assisted cases that they've done for the last decade, they've used third-party operators. Why is it now a shift that you're suggesting it's imprudent? All those other states have been imprudent. All of the previous rate cases have been imprudent. Why is it imprudent now when you said it's possible that it could save money?
It's a great question. I would not put forward that it was imprudent prior to this. The contract-based model initially did make a lot of sense to me. Right now, the company is at a size where effectively they will be eligible for additional legislative freedom, I guess is the best way to describe it. The introduction of a fair market valuation as they bid into more systems is going to directly, that's your incentive. I know we were talking about, raising ROE or doing something with taxes. The company has all the incentive in the world moving forward because of its fair market valuation, being a fair market valuation state. So what's going on in Louisiana or Mississippi that, my first point would be I wouldn't use Mississippi as the North Star for how regulatory affairs should be handled. And I can't speak directly on those individual places. I mean, I can to a certain extent. I know how big the Mississippi staff is. I've got a sense of where things are at in terms of Louisiana. I know they both don't have consumer advocates, for example. You're talking about, this is Missouri, and the regulatory setup here is such where it's going to be much, much more favorable for this company moving forward as they acquire more customers. And that, again, just underscores like, hey, maybe it's time we start acting like a utility. Let's start acting and employing actual employees that are certified for the company and that can be held accountable for it. Absent that, I really do, and I realize not everything got fleshed out this morning, but we have serious reservations over the contracts that have been entered into and the quality of the contractors that are being employed. We believe that more immediate management in a centralized location within the state should prevent bad things from happening in the future.
Okay, as my final question, do you have confidence that the study that staff and the company have agreed to enter into will be an accurate representation going forward as this new framework as a mature utility, moving from a small startup into a mature utility? Do you feel like the agreement that they've made will produce results that's satisfactory to OPC?
So I believe, Commissioner, that we've got experience with this. We've got experience doing studies with utilities and such, and I would say it's a 50-50 breakdown. The success that we've had with utilities with identifying issues, a lot of it has to come down to the parameters surrounding that study. And what I would recommend the commission, if they're serious about going down that path, is ensuring that it's an independent third-party contractor that's agreed to amongst OPC staff and the company. And if they can't agree to it, we have language in there that says it gets kicked up to the commission to decide. We're looking for impartial, objective opinion at the end of the day. I've been involved in a number of different cost-benefit studies, and the devil is absolutely always in the inputs and the details. So again, I'm optimistic. The company should be pursuing this. At face value, it makes a lot of sense. But I'm hesitant to give my full endorsement when the company's resistant on keeping timesheets, when the company's resistant on bare level things, and the resistance that we got in terms of just discovery. So perhaps this rate case will change, but I'd be much more comfortable and confident with a declarative statement from the commission to provide some teeth to that.
Thank you very much, Judge. That is all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commissioner questions? All right, hearing none, the bench has no questions. My strong preference is to finish now. Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads. Let's go to recross. That'll be Mr. Pringle.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. No questions from staff.
Mr. Minton.
No questions from the company.
Redirect, Mr. Kleiser.
I'll try and keep this relatively brief. Dr. Mark, you referenced fair market valuation a couple times. Just for the record, what is the fair market valuation you're referring to?
Legislation, I believe it's in about 11 states now, but it's an appraisal statute that would allow the utility to go ahead and take the lesser of 2 appraisals, maybe 3, I think it's 2 appraisals, but allow that utility to have a depreciated system effectively elevated in terms of its rate base. In short, it would allow, it's more attractive to acquire distressed systems as a result of it.
For the record, so I can cite to it, you're referring to the appraisal-based acquisition of small water systems statute?
Yes.
You were asked a question from Chairman Roop regarding whether or not you wanted to die on the sword here. And one of the things that was mentioned that kind of caught my ear was to draw out data, whether or not this was in part to draw out data. And I think you've touched on this already briefly, but what difficulties did we have drawing out that data in this case?
So asymmetrical information is inherent in everything that we, in utility regulation. At the beginning of when I first approached this case, I read Mr. Cox's testimony, and he expounded upon the number of systems that he had acquired. I cross-referenced that with testimony that he had filed in Mississippi several months earlier, and noticed a huge discrepancy, hundreds of systems. Come to find out, in less than half of a year, they had acquired more than 400 plus systems. As an anecdotal example, my question to the company was, well, what are these systems? And we received enormous pushback from this basic question. This was a consistent theme that we had across throughout this testimony, throughout this case. And that was inherent with how we came up with, how I came up with the numbers and the breakdown. I relied on company-specific data. I know Mr. Woodsmall was very glib with boxes on a map as a kindergarten level. Those boxes on the map were effectively tied as tight as possible with the existing operators that this company works with. But as you saw, earlier this morning, we can only do with the information that we're provided with, what we're given. So these are the concerns that I've got moving forward in terms of can we be on the same page for a cost-effective test? Microphone.
You were asked a couple of questions by Commissioner Hahn regarding unemployment data. And I think she might have been referencing information provided by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. I'm not sure. Did the information you review include information provided by the U.S. Department of Labor Statistics?
Yes.
Would you expect that they would have taken into consideration unemployment data as part of their calculation?
I don't think they would.
Okay. I believe you were asked a question by Mr. Holzman. Sorry, Commissioner Holzman. I apologize. I'm trying to promote you. I believe you were asked a question by Commissioner Holzman sort of regarding the future operations in this state. Do you recall that?
I do.
Have you reviewed any information related to what you expect the company would be able to acquire still in this state?
I have.
And what information, what have you learned?
Well, what I've learned is effectively that there are very few water systems that are in non-compliance. Like effectively 99% or more, a little bit more than 99% are compliant today. That they're safe drinking water, and this is all public information on DNR's website. There are two systems that I'm aware of that have been flagged, and when we use the term compliant or that's a concern. There's a range within that. So if a water system doesn't file a quarterly report, for example, they might be out of compliance for a brief while. When you're talking about seriously, distressed systems, there are more on the wastewater side, but very, very few on the water side. I think the number had been put forward like 3,000 systems that are in non-compliance, and I have seen no evidence of anything approaching those numbers in the state of Missouri. And again, with fair market valuation legislation that's been passed, and I see no problem in being able to attract utilities to acquire systems if they're put in that position.
In response to those same questions, you mentioned the graying of the population as an issue. That would be an issue regarding all jobs across the job market, correct?
Correct.
How would you expect that to be dealt with regard to your proposal?
I'm sorry, could you ask me that question again?
Actually, let me rephrase it a different way. Would the graying of the population also affect the ability to hire contract operators?
Sure.
The final, I'm going to turn lastly to the questions you were posed by Commissioner Kochmeyer regarding the actual amount of your proposal. I believe that you indicated that amount would potentially be capable of being changed if you took other considerations into effect. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what you're asking is for the commission to consider all factors and make a decision based on all the available evidence, even if it's not exactly consistent with your recommendation.
I think the commission has a fair amount of discretion as to, what that can be set at.
I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. You are dismissed, subject to recall. We are at lunch until 1:30. 1:30.
Just one thing, Judge, about the corrections to Mr. Williams' testimony. Just
1:30.
1:30. All right.
1:30. We are at recess and off the record. Thank you. This is Judge Hatcher in the general rate case for Confluence Rivers. We are not on the record. This is just a quick announcement to let everybody. Yeah, we're not on the record yet.
Got it.
Completely live, WebEx and live stream, yeah. Okay, this is Judge Hatcher from the hearing of the Confluence General Rate Case. The parties have informed me that they have reached a settlement on the final issue. So I wanted to let everyone upstairs in the building know, and also the commissioners. I just sent out an email to that effect. But once we do go on the record, we will be dealing with procedural matters, namely taking in the testimony, the pre-file testimony of witnesses that have not yet appeared. There's a pending correction to a testimony. We will probably review and discuss some due dates for briefs for various items. So I'm saying all of this out loud so that if this is not the part of the case that you are particularly interested in, that this may be a good point to go. Let's continue with that note. Madam Court Reporter, are you on the line? Yes, I see.
I am here.
Excellent, thank you. And we really appreciate you coming in. We know it was last second and that you were a fill-in, or you might be the third or fourth fill-in, I don't know. But we really appreciate you coming in when you obviously were not scheduled to, especially with all the technical difficulties you've had.
Absolutely, no problem. Can I just ask, did you get that message about me needing the break at 2:15?
Yes, we will be done by 2:15.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I
I
just heard.
apologize.
No,
for
not a
that,
problem.
but-
I just heard from the parties. We're settled. We're going to go on the record, do some procedural matters, which I would guess 20 minutes. I'm not actually looking at the attorneys, but I would guess about there, and then we should be done.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's go on the record.
Hey, Judge, it's Commissioner Root.
Yes.
Hey, before you do that, I just want to say thanks for well-run hearing. I know it was jumping around with different sections and stuff, but we appreciate that. I thought you handled it very well and kept it running smoothly. So just wanted to say that before you got into all your taking of evidence and everything.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you saying so. Okay, we are on the record. Let's talk about your correction, Mr. Pringle.
Yes, thank you very much, Judge. The correction is to the testimony of staff witness Deron Williams, his rebuttal. That has been pre-marked as Staff Exhibit 120. The correction can be found, and I've shared this with the parties. The correction can be found on pages 5 and 6. On page 5, starting on line 18 through line 19, we are striking the following language, quote, mention the removal of the partially treated wastewater from the field and access road and does not, end quote. That language is being stricken out. And on page 6, on line 1, staff would like to strike out the following language, quote, remediate the overflowed sewage at Fox Run, comma. And Judge, if you'd like that in an errata sheet, we can produce an Exhibit 134 or amend Exhibit 133, but that is the extent of the correction.
Do counsel for other parties have any suggestions? My inclination is just to allow this correction to stand. We're at the end. I don't want to make more work. Excellent. I've got nods of assent from counsel for the record. The correction is per the record transcript, which will be produced, and corrected is
Exhibit
120.
That's
Thank
correct. Thank you, Judge.
taken care of. I think my next order of business, mainly so I can think about what I'm going to do after this, is read through the list of exhibits that I do not have entered. I would like to make it short for the parties because of the unique circumstances of practice in the commission. We have pre-filed testimony, and there are rarely objections to that testimony, at least at the evidentiary hearing. For that reason, I would like to consolidate my request, not so broad as to say all of yours are admitted. I am going to read the numbers, but what I would like to do is for Confluence, for example, I would like to read exhibit number and the last name of the witness. I would like to read all handful of those in one list. I will then ask for objections to any of those, and then we will move on to staff's exhibit list. I'm seeing nods of assent. We shall start. These are the exhibits that the commission understands to be offered for admission onto the hearing record. 1, Alice. 2, Alice. Alice is spelled A-L-L-I-S. 3, Alice. 10, Freeman. 11, Freeman.
Dean Cooper on behalf of Confluence Rivers. Judge, the only question we had was the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Seltzer, Exhibit 16. It sounds like you have that marked as admitted.
Yes.
Thank you.
If not, I'll add it. 16. And unfortunately, with my note-taking, I also do not have Mr. Thomas's marked as accepted. So I'm going to add 20, Thomas, 21, Thomas, 22, Thomas. Are there any objections to accepting the aforementioned? Hearing none, they are all so admitted. I will not repeat the numbers. Counsel for the company. This might have been when you were ill. I think I requested, and I cannot remember what it was.
WR-0006. Is that what you're thinking about? That may have been on Monday when I did appear.
Let's go with that. I thought I had that written down somewhere else, but that might be my note, because that does ring a bell. Okay, staff, I'm going to do the same for your witness list. I'm going to read off a number and a last name of all the ones I do not have checked off, and then I'll ask for objections. 102, Coffer. 104, Glasgow. 105, Lyons. 106, Roos, spelled R-O-O-S. Lyons is L-Y-O-N-S. Coffer is C-O-F-F-E-R.
Was that it? Was that it from your list, Judge?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm still going. 112, staff accounting schedules. 114, Coffer. 116, Harris, common spelling. 118, no, we've got 118. 120, Williams, as corrected previously in this transcript. 121, accounting schedules. 124, Coffer. 127, Glasgow, G-L-A-S-G-O-W. 128, Lyons. That's my entire list.
That's what we have as well, Judge. That's everything that still needs to be admitted.
Any objections from the parties to the prior listed amendment exhibits? No objections. They are all so admitted. I will not list them again. On that note, before I forget, as per my practice, sometime in the next, today's Wednesday? Sometime in the next 2 days, by the end of this week, I will produce a list, the exhibit list of what has been amended with the short descriptor. My descriptor for the DRs are not going to indicate who they came from because it's my belief and understanding that the numbers are not duplicated. We would not ever have two of the same number.
Due to the numbering system, that should be fine.
Okay, excellent.
And just for the record, Judge, for staff, we just wanted to confirm that our total exhibits should be Exhibit 100 through 133, 133 being the errata sheet that was entered on the first day.
Talk to me about 134 and 135. Remind me, there are Hillcrest and Raccoon Creek. And it is a partial disposition agreement is 135, and 134 is partial disposition for Hillcrest.
That's correct, Judge.
They were marked, were they offered?
I don't recall. I'd offer them now.
Any objection to 134, 135? Hearing none, they are so admitted. Office of Public Counsel, you've heard the routine, you're caught up. 200, Robinette. 201, Robinette. 202, Robinette. Because of how the Office of Public Counsel listed those, I just want to clarify all of my numbering included both public and confidential versions. 204, Seaver, spelled S-E-A-V-E-R, and I apologize, Robinette is R-O-B-I-N-E-T-T. 205, Seaver. 212, Shaben, S-C-H-A-B-E-N. 213, Shaben. 214, Shaben. 2 That's my list for the Office of Public Counsel. Are there any objections to the admission of those above listed exhibits? Seeing none, they are also admitted. I don't want to open a can of worms, but on my sheet, I have 246 and 247 were not admitted. They were.
Could you remind me what 246 and 247 were? I believe that 246 was the, well, I will just wait.
247 was occupational employment and wage statistics, May 2022. 240, oh, this is the web page you printed out.
I thought that the bench asked that to be offered, and I will offer it for that reason, or was I mistaken?
No, we did one. We did one of them.
We did do one of them. That would
Okay.
be 245. I was under the impression that you wanted both, but if you don't, that's fine, 245. But I do want to offer 247. If it wasn't, I believe it was offered.
Okay. 247, you heard the motion. Any objections to 247? That's the occupational employment and wage statistics, May 2022. No objection, so admitted. 248 DNR rules.
I asked you whether or not I needed to admit it or if I could cite to it in my brief, and you indicated that I could just simply cite to it since it's the CSR.
Yes, you're right. Thank you for reminding me.
No problems.
That takes care of those exhibits. Let's backtrack. Office of Public Counsel, can you look on your list 221? That is where I have staff DR 66 written down.
Yes, if I remember correctly, and I invite others to correct me if this is wrong, but I believe that issue was taken up during the cross-examination of Mr. Majors for the acquisition issue, and I discovered at that time that he had developed that document and, acting on suspicion that the commission would like it, offered it, offered it.
So those are his work papers.
That is my understanding. I, again, would point out I don't actually have a copy of that
No,
yet.
you're good. It clicked now. You've got work papers, you've got the DR.
Exactly.
Thank you. For the record, that means Office of Public Counsel was filing the work papers and the company was filing the DR and response. Are we ready to talk schedule? Do we have other issues? I mean, no substantive issues, but anything else to discuss? Okay, let's talk due dates. We only have 2 outstanding exhibits to file next Thursday. Go ahead, Mr. Kleiser.
Was it the bench's request or understanding that parties would send an electronic copy of the filed exhibits at some point, or are we standing on the paper copies that have been handed out as part of the actual evidentiary hearing? Because my life would be much easier if you're going to do the latter. But I think you might want the former.
I'll take care of it for you. I got you. Okay. Same for the company. I don't know about staff.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
to clarify, the late filed exhibit DR 66, do you want us to put it into, do you want us to put it into EFIS or send it to you for you to put into EFIS? Whatever your preference is.
Would you please file it in EFIS?
Yes.
The due date is next Thursday, only because I already said that date and I hate changing dates. And objections to the late filed exhibits will be due the following Thursday, 24th for the due date. Objections due
31st.
31st.
Your Honor, on that note,
Yes.
I would make the same request, or same question regarding the staff work papers.
Yes, I want you both to file the exhibits so that everybody has it in EFIS. We'll go through the normal procedure. We'll wait for objections. Because we haven't seen it. So
Understand.
let's go that route. That should coincide, give or take, with submission of the transcript. Does anybody have the dates? The judge is looking them up. Let's take just a moment.
Your Honor, I can't find it, and now I'm frankly wondering if we move those dates when we change the rest of the schedule.
March 25th.
March?
No. No, I don't mean the due date. I mean in EFIS, the filing date in EFIS. April 25th, EFIS item number 46. That is order granting motion to amend procedural schedule.
Here I found a reply brief for September 19th, but I can't find the initial brief.
September 8th.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, is it correct to take that to mean that those are we are not changing them? Correct.
We're here to discuss. If you want to change them, make said motion. But the dates right now are September 8th for initial briefs, September 19th for reply briefs.
Your Honor, may I inquire when is the transcript expected?
10 business days after today.
After today?
On or about August 30th by my count.
It was September 19th for the reply brief?
Yes. I have no other Post-its to remind me of anything. I am ready to close the hearing. Council, any other matters? Take a second to think on it. I will contact council by email if the commissioners request to have what is known as an on-the-record presentation. I have not given council a deadline to file the stipulation.
It is my belief that I hope we can accomplish that by this Friday, personally speaking for the OPC. I don't know if you guys think differently.
Yeah, I would hope, Judge, we'd have something finalized by early next week at the latest, but hopefully Friday would be fantastic if we can get it filed by then.
I have been, yes.
If, it looks like, if I may offer, can you simply request that the parties file an update by next, say, Monday or something?
Update or stipulation no later than end of business Tuesday. That is Tuesday, the 22nd of August, 2023. Going once, going twice. We are adjourned and off the record. Thank you all. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, witnesses. Appreciate the court reporter hanging in there as well.